Hey y'all! And welcome to the Sorry Not Sorry Generation podcast, where we bring you a not-so-healthy dose of humor and reality as we get our hands dirty with some serious nostalgia and question everything.
Let's dive in.
Hey y'all!
Hey y'all!
Hey y'all!
Oh, this is off to a great start. I love it.
Oh yeah.
So I'm Misty. I will be both your DM, and I'll be playing Jaz'Zara Telena, the half-drow Gloomstalker Ranger.
I am Ani. I am playing Valkyria Nykor, and I am a tiefling shadow sorceress.
I'm Erin, and I will be playing Asha Kell, a Dampier Twilight Cleric.
Hey y'all!
This is gonna be amazing.
Oh, I love it already.
I'm Hayden. I'm new. I'm Aaron's brother, and I am playing Raum Telena. I am a drow swashbuckler rogue.
Awesome. All right.
The
this
unwanted cousin.
The unwanted cousin.
Technically-
unwanted cousin to.
Actually, both to Misty's character and mine.
Yep. Because
Distant.
Asha and Jaz'Zara are both distant cousins as well. So, but so today is going to be our D&D holiday episode. So it's a little bit of a standalone one shot. It technically happened prior to our party going to the surface for the first time. Where in their history, who knows? But I didn't make anybody level back down to level 1 or anything, because that would be ridiculous. So, and far less fun. So they are still at the same levels they are in the current campaign, and this will be an interesting little one shot for them to go through, and you guys will learn a little bit more about the Nameless City and our characters, and probably experience some very bizarre holiday themed adventures. So
Watch me bring a fish in here somehow.
I don't doubt it, in all honesty, but considering the creatures that have been made for this, you'll have to deal with some other stuff, so.
Okay.
And the plan is that after this campaign, this little one-shot is done, to take the module that I created for it and to put it on our website for you guys to look at and use all you want.
Okay.
So, I will, however, start off with a little, intro
Backstory.
thing.
I'm ready.
So can I just mention that Raum is a one-off character? I'll be joining in further, but I'll be playing a different character in after this.
Yes.
We wanted to warm him up to the...
Okay.
Gotta warm him up to the chaos first, so...
You can keep him, but
There you go.
just in
Once
the
I'm done with him, you can keep him.
I mean, he might make another appearance if the party eventually goes back to the Nameless City, so...
Which would be interesting if Hayden has to play both.
Fair. All right. So I will begin with a little piece about the holiday in which the Nameless City is currently celebrating, which is called the Day of Heart and Hearth. Deep underground, beneath the northern Folkton Alps, past the frozen waste of the Crystal Sands tundra, exists the Underdark. A place of shadow creatures, mysterious entities, and an ever-growing struggle for survival. However, there is a place tucked away deep into the cavernous depths, unlike anything the darkness has ever seen. A city that stands alone, shining in the multicolored crystal light across the vast swath of the Underdark. The Nameless City is normally a place of calm and peace, and a place of firm adherence to the rules of safety that allow its citizens to survive amidst the turbulent chaos of the Underdark, with some exceptions, Valkyria. Today, however, there is a distinct excitement buzzing through the air, as this is no ordinary time for the Nameless City, for you see the Day of Heart and Hearth is only 2 days away. The city is decorated in beautiful small crystals hung along the rooftops, alighting the homes with cozy blues and greens throughout the city, and garlands made of dried mushrooms woven together are decorated with glowing small mushroom caps, the shapes and sizes carved out of wood by the city's tinkerers, the Crystal Catcher family of gnomes. Shining silver bells gifted to the city by the dwarves of the from the heart of the Silent Hammer Forge dot winding pathways that stretch along the river that flows through the city center. Massive crystals form a gigantic multicolored moon that floats high above the city center in a complex construction of magic, carefully pieced together by the mages of the Telena Den. Families prepare to celebrate under the blessing of the Moonweaver and give thanks for another safe year by donating goods, toys, clothes, and supplies to the ever-busy vampire and Dampier clerics of the Kell family to be distributed to those in need throughout the year to come. All around, the city buzzes with excitement as last-minute preparations are well underway. Families prepare delicious dishes of fire-leechened stews, Lilienthal and Ormu breads are baked, Azure stock compotes are packed up with care, and hearty batches of chocolate midnight scale ale are brewed in abundance, all to be taken to the Night Court's feast of friends and family the next day. The feast, hosted every year by the tiefling leader of the city and his family on the eve of the day of Heart and Hearth, to share in the abundance of the city, spend time with friends, reconnect with loved ones, and of course, to hear the annual telling of the city's first day of Heart and Hearth, always told in a very dramatic fashion by Strike and Nykor, the city's beloved leader. It is during these preparations that we find our unsuspecting heroes as they peruse the city shopping for last-minute gifts, while dragging along Asha and Jaz'Zara's distant cousin, perhaps reluctantly. So you find yourselves walking through the city, and you're looking for some last-minute gifts. The holiday itself is 2 days away. There is the celebration tomorrow night at the Nykor Tower. And everybody has to have their gifts in by the morning of the day of Heart and Hearth to exchange. And some of you might have forgotten a few gifts here and there and are reluctantly looking for some not crappy last-minute gas store station style gifts.
Ooh, gas station sushi. Merry Christmas! No.
Ew.
Here, let me give you food poisoning for Christmas. There you go.
As someone who's received losing lottery tickets in a Secret Santa, yeah,
That's fair.
I know this feeling.
Yeah. Were they like losing lottery tickets? Like,
Oh, I got to scratch them.
okay,
And
I was gonna say like somebody who used already passed lottery
No,
tickets.
it wasn't that bad, but then I scratched them and I got nothing.
That's fair.
Mm-hmm.
Castles and poor people used to do that too.
Mm.
So you guys are walking down the city. In fact, let me share my screen so you can see our city. So you're just perusing down, looking for some last-minute gifts. Is there anything in particular you guys think you might have forgotten to give someone? To get a gift for someone?
Val.
I have all your gifts. I don't have them yet. Okay, I have to go pick them up.
Would you like someone to accompany
No, I don't want y'all to know what it is
you?
yet.
Well, to supervise, just to make sure you stay on task and not buy shinies along the way.
Well, you know she's going to buy
Good for
shinies.
once.
I know she's gonna buy shinies, but maybe not overspend. Obviously, I'll stay outside of.
Fine.
Okay, fine.
Fine. Hover, mom. Hover,
Perhaps
Yes.
in a little reluctant group, you find yourselves doing some shopping. You pass by stores that offer all kinds of goods. Hayden, would you like to describe your character?
Okay, so Realm is fairly tall. He dresses very fancy. He's wearing a full petticoat with a tricorn. And he has light purple skin.
Okay.
And whenever he walks with a very exaggerated swagger, and he has like a smile permanently glued to his face. And everybody hates him for this. So
Okay.
as he's walking through the market, he's going, "Jolly good day to you, ma'am." And just people are like sneering at him as he walks by.
That's fair.
I can
And-
already see how Valkyria is going to be interacting with this.
Oh yeah.
So the four of you are together and doing some last-minute shopping. Is there anything particular you guys would like to start looking for?
I need to head over to the Crystal Catchers because they have something for me that I have specially commissioned.
I have to go to the leather workers for the same purpose.
Okay.
Okay. So as you guys are journeying around, you've done a little bit of shopping for the day so far, getting a couple last-minute things here and there. Might be picking up a few things to make to the for the feast tomorrow night, because everybody, it's like kind of like potluck style, where everybody makes something to bring, and it's the whole city pretty much goes, and like they might not all go at once, but it's something that lasts throughout the whole day, and then most people gather close to the Nicor Tower, because at the eve, your father reads the story of the first day of Heart and Hearth in what has been described as an interesting display of childlike exuberance from an adult. So
Sounds like my father.
yes, he uses like a spell to like amplify his voice, and he's never been able to stand put like behind the podium. There's a little stage area for him, and he'll like move across it and be like super dramatic, and sometimes he brings props and stuff like that. He has a great time. So, and the kids of the city absolutely love it, and they're always like closest to the stage and everything, and there's always like little dramatic, like magical little like flashes and flares and things like that he does. So it's very
much my father. Yes,
very interesting, and something like he always does like on his own, and as he tells like the story and everything like that, and something like every like head of the like the leader of the city has always read the story. He is probably the most excited about it, and it probably does make you worried about what you will have to do when you take over.
I know how you're gonna live up to childlike exuberance.
So
I know.
Lots of distractions. Don't look at me.
Don't you have charm off the charts?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so never mind. You should be fine.
Just charm everyone into submission. You will like this regardless of what I do.
Mass charm person. Unfortunately, mass charm person is a spell. I'm hoping you don't get it at some point, but
you will forget.
These are all the droids you're looking for.
There you go.
Exactly.
So on our map here, this part in the very bottom right over here, this is where the Crystal Catchers live.
Right.
And this is like their main area, and they have like little stalls and stuff like that you guys can go to. So all four of you begin to make your way over there. And you've got, like, some of you are laden with shopping bags, some of you aren't, and, like, some of you are still, like, being picky about what to get. And as you make your way over to the Crystal Catchers, it's a normal, like, calm day. Everybody's excited. People are passing you by and, carrying, like, loads of goods, some of them with shopping bags, some of them with foods and stuff like that. You can tell it's just the energy of directly before a big holiday is happening, and everybody's very excited. You can see the crystals and everything that have been hung around the city are glowing, and it's very nice, and it's cozy. It's a bit early in the day. It's probably about 11, but it's still really nice, and it gives you just that nice feeling of like an incoming holiday. And as you guys are walking and enjoying everything and bickering as you do,
as usual.
You approach the area of the Crystal Catchers, and they have like their own little like district area, and some of it is like buildings that kind of look like the way the Weasley family home is. It's just like, how is that standing up? And like there is nothing short of something like bizarre or magical making this thing stand together. And like some of the structures are really bizarre.
Don't bump it.
Don't bump it.
Like,
yes.
And it's just like they're all very solid. Like you've never heard of anything like collapsing or anything like that. It just looks like somebody took like Tetris and put it together to make structures, and it's all very like strangely shaped, and some like pieces of like rooms just like hang several stories in the air with like nothing supporting it underneath it, but it stays put and it's fine, and there's other like just kind of bizarre piles of like tinkerers like tools and like little pieces that people just like pull out of piles. Is like, well, if they're looking for like screws or springs or stuff like that, there's just piles of this stuff everywhere that anybody can take from. The occasional small explosion might go off. You'll hear like a chittering of excitement and worry, and then they go back to people go back to testing things and putting things together. Very much like insane engineers who have too much time and money on their hands, basically. And as you approach the district, it's all of their like roofs and buildings and everything are very covered in green coloring, because that's the Crystal Catcher's like main house colors. And there are other gnome families that live in there that aren't directly related to the Crystal Catchers or have been like related through marriage over time and stuff like that. So it's a very large area. There's shops and, little houses and stuff like that. Sometimes you can't tell the difference, and then sometimes there's just buildings you're not sure what it is, but you're also not sure you want to know. So
you just end up walking into somebody's kitchen like, oops, no.
It's very common, and they'll like shoo you. You're looking for the store, and they'll shove you through a different doorway, and then you're in a store suddenly, and you're like, great. And then you'll walk out the front door there, and you'll be in a completely different street, and you're like, I don't know how this works, but it's a jigsaw of a place. And as you approach the district, you see more and more gnomes and their excitement. And when the Crystal Catchers are excited, they get a little, manic. And so their excitement gives you a little bit of worry. But you approach the area, and you're going to pick up something from one of the stores for Valkyria. And as you just walk into the district, a couple of people wave, especially at Valkyria, and say hello and everything, and just rush past. You try to avoid getting slammed by people who might have explosives on them, because most of them do. And as you walk in to the area, and you start looking for the store that you need to go to, and it's about this time as you guys are you're standing there looking around, looking for the store, because again, it's not easy to find your way around. That's when the entire city shakes. And in what feels like a massive earthquake, unlike anything you've ever felt before. And the buildings rattle. There are crystals that are hanging from buildings that fall and crash and hit the ground, and things splatter. You hear distant little explosions as somebody's little machine or something, as they're working on it, gets knocked over. And people just start screaming. Left, right, and center.
So Raum is standing there, unfazed by this. The smile has not dropped from his face, and he is just standing there staring at all this going on like, my, this is quite the shake.
All right.
Asha looks up from her checklist of things she must get between now and then, and she's got a piece of charcoal in her hand that she's using to do this, but she's also balancing at least 6 bags. Of course. She's not a shopaholic, she's just efficient, and she had a long list.
Fair.
So, and she's like, what the balls was that? Did you do it?
What? Why did I do it?
Because you always do it.
You do it?
I don't always do it, alright?
I wonder what the Crystal Catchers are up to this year.
Must be something big.
Raum is assuming that it was the gnomes that did it, that they blew something up.
Because as you look at the Crystal Catchers, where their main home is, shooting out of the ground is this gigantic area of spikes of pure ice that just destroys a bunch of the center of the Crystal Catcher district. And just huge pillars of ice just shoot up. They're all jagged and pointing directly up. They're just probably 5+ stories tall, and just wipes out a large section of where the Crystal Catchers are.
How much y'all want to bet it was an apprentice that fucked it up?
How much do you guys want to bet it was the air?
Ooh.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
And as you guys
Out
are
of character, what's that?
The air?
The air is,
Daedalus Tricket
Daedalus.
Crystal Catcher is a 16-year-old piece of shit, basically.
Daedalus, yes.
He thinks he is the world's greatest thing to ever exist. He has all of the skills of a duck. So,
So he sits there and quacks, you say?
more or less. Except for a duck has slightly more skills in the fact that Daedalus cannot swim, so...
Seems impractical in a city that has a river running through it, yes?
Right?
Is he dead in the timeline?
No,
No.
he's
No,
alive.
he's alive. So
No, it's definitely him.
He's
and
still
pretty
quacking.
much the bane of Valkyria's existence, because Valkyria is also the heir of one of the 5 families. So she has to deal with him more often than anyone else. So
At events.
Yes.
at events,
Did the duck
meetings,
go quack quack?
I'm not sure he has the talent to quack. So, but
It's more of a hush, but the
Sure.
duck or a goose.
oh,
It is a formless sound. It is.
Oh, good lord. So all of you are standing there and you watch, and it's probably not more than like 50 yards in front of you where all of this erupts from the ground. Jaz'Zara will take off running towards it. What will you guys do?
Ram's gonna follow, but a more subdued pace.
And I'm going to look at Val and say, we're following, right? We have to follow, right?
I don't have shit to buy.
The store will hopefully be there when we get back. Give them some time to clean up their shelves. Let's go. Come on. And then we trot off behind.
Okay.
Valkyria is annoyedly swishing her tail.
Annoyedly swishing her tail, reluctantly going to the rescue of her own people. So that's great.
I have shit to do. Priorities as a young person.
Priorities as a young person is shopping over safety. That's fine.
Yes.
What would Daddy say?
So you,
No.
so you all go into this area. Some of you quickly, some of you just not really giving that much of a damn. And the entire area is destroyed. There's ice everywhere. There's people like crawling out of like some of the rubble and like the ruins of some of the buildings and stuff like that. And there's, Jaz'Zara, by the time like Val and Asha get there, Jaz'Zara is like helping to like pull people like out of this huge
Can I
ice
say
structure.
Ram is also doing this? He's looking for people and trying to help them.
I'm gonna definitely set my stuff in a dark corner where nobody can see it, and then I'm gonna go help everybody, like what I can, assisting older gnome ladies
Older
to safety.
ladies.
So as
Val,
you guys, what's
Val
Val gonna
is.
do?
I mean, Val is gonna help, but I mean, she's assessing the situation and seeing just how bad everything is and where she can be the most useful at.
Okay. You guys are taking, some time trying to help people, and Valkyria, you're looking around at this giant ice structure. And you can go ahead and give me an Arcana roll, please.
Told you we're still
All of us, or
blind.
just her?
Just her.
Just oh, it was a good one today.
20.
20? Okay. I'm assuming not natural.
Non-natural.
Okay. You are looking at this giant ice structure in front of you, and you can feel like the magic that pulsates off of it. And you've known the Crystal Catchers long enough and like been in this district and have worked with them before, and they all have a very similar feel to their magic. And this doesn't feel like anything that they've done, anything you've ever felt either from any of the individual people that you've met or like from their district as a whole. And this is also significant magic for something for them to do, because they're not like mainly spellcasters. They're mainly like tinkerers and builders and things like that. So this is very strange that there would be this much. Anything that they were doing could cause this. And
So,
yeah.
Realm like materializes behind Ani and just goes, so!
Can I help you,
Do
Ralph?
you think it's the Crystal Catchers? He's
I
like
don't-
rubbing his chin, looking at it.
I don't know, Ralph. Maybe if you give me a couple minutes to figure it out.
Will do.
Thank you.
And then he goes and he continues to like help people.
Moving rocks and such.
Mhm.
And
Not
it's
very
about,
strong though. He's doing his best, but
He's mostly trying to look busy.
There you go. That's fine. I mean, like, in all honesty, the gnomes are very small, so like just having somebody who's like is much larger than them helps. So, it's about this time that a bunch of people like Comet Guard and like a bunch of other people rush in, including Ani, your father, because obviously something has happened, and this tower is tall enough to see from pretty much anywhere in the city. And so your father is going to rush in.
Remind me again, how big is it?
It's probably about 5 stories tall.
Okay.
So, and the tallest, there's only a couple of buildings in the whole city that are that big, can compete with that. The Kell Tower, where Ash is from, is one of them. The Nicor family home, and then maybe like 2 or 3 other buildings are about that tall. But everything else usually tops out about 2 stories. And so yeah, so your Val's father comes running up to you, and the first thing he sees is you, like standing in the middle of all of that, and he rushes up to you and he grabs you. He's like, "Are you all right? What happened? Are you okay?"
Harry, did you put your name in the fire?
More or less. Not accusatory though. That would be her mother.
Yeah, that would be my mom. Dad, it's fine. I'm fine.
And he's
Relax.
like putting his hands on your face, like, "Are you sure? Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you sure?"
Daddy, father, Faja, I'm fine.
I'm glad to see Austin Powers has made its mark in the Underdark.
Dad, we're fine. We're all fine. We were here doing last minute shopping, and this just happened. Like it doesn't feel like crystal catcher magic. So I don't know what this is.
They were shopping. Thank the gods. Thank the gods.
And he, after he's done like looking you over, like, and he looks around and he starts ordering people to like help rescue people that are still trapped and all of that. And your father's going to step forward towards this giant pillar of ice, and he just puts his hand out in front of him, and you can tell he's concentrating like on the magic in the air. And as he's doing that, all of you can roll me a perception check, please.
7.
4.
Okay.
13.
Round doesn't see shit.
Round doesn't see shit.
7, 4.
I see less than you do.
7, 4, and 13. And 13 was from Asha?
Aaron, yeah.
Alright. And Jaz'Zara, however, she got a 22. So, Jaz'Zara, as she's helping like people like get out of all of the rubble and everything, you see her head snap up and then look in the direction of the tower, and she says, "I can hear somebody yelling from closer into the tower." And with your father's permission, she goes closer to the actual tower. And you can hear, and now that you're listening for it, you can hear very faintly somebody yelling for help. And they're yelling, like, help me, but it's very faint. Yeah, a mouse is screaming for help. Help me.
It's far away. I don't know.
And,
okay.
Yeah, so Jaz'Zara's gonna make her way towards that. And, like, the way the structure has erected itself, it's kind of, like, in pieces, but it has come together to like kind of point into this giant structure. So it's different like giant shards of ice that has come together.
Okay.
And as Jaz'Zara is going to try and get closer to it because she can hear somebody, your father is also going to go, Valkyria. What are the rest of you doing?
I'm going with them.
I have to clearly go with them.
Yeah. Well, now
if Daddy's going, I have to go.
But I also have to go in case anybody needs healing.
Well, actually, first, like, Realm's going to look around. Is there anyone in this immediate vicinity that needs help anymore? Or is the situation settled here?
It's more or less in the process of being taken care of. There's still like people like getting cleared out of the rubble and everything like that. But Ani's father brought with him a bunch of guards, and as soon as like this erupted in the city, a bunch of guards started making their way here anyway. So more and more people are pouring into the area to help where they can. So leaving more people to help than there are people in need at that point. And so if you're all going forward towards
Alrighty, so yeah, I'm going.
Yeah.
Realm feels
I'll show you with the giant.
confident that things are taken care of here.
Actually,
so
I go run back to my store of bags where I bought a lot of stuff and run and get some Some goodies, some healing goodies, because I know I've got it in there.
Some healing goodies.
Mom friend.
So,
Mom
yeah.
friend.
Mom friend.
Fair
Oh,
enough.
wow, look at that.
So, like,
Ooh, it came with a door?
yeah. And yeah, as you approach the ice, ice is covered.
So
part
the
of the
help
ground.
is coming from inside the tower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can hear it as you guys approach this giant ice tower. You can hear people like screaming for help and everything, and just one voice to be specific. And the ground is covered in a layer of ice that's cracked here and there.
We're just looking at the fourth icon.
Yeah, they didn't have another drow icon, so I just used that one for Hayden's character.
Okay, I can't tell if it looks like Legolas or something horrible.
A little bit of a combination of both. It definitely looks like an evil elf, to be honest with you, so...
Okay. It's more that I'm blind and I literally cannot see, but I, get the impression of, blonde hair.
Mm-hmm. There is blonde hair. You are correct. There is blonde hair with that one, so...
Okay. It's a low bar, people. It's a low bar.
Fair enough.
Okay, sorry. Continue.
And, it's very slippery. Like, the ground is covered in ice. But as you very carefully make your way forward, everybody give me a dexterity saving throw not to fall on your ass.
Oh my god, are you for real?
12.
3.
Do you add proficiency bonus to saving throws?
If you are proficient in dexterity.
Yeah, that's one of my saving throws. Okay. So 9.
9 in total? Okay. There's a 9, Valkyrie got a 3, and Asha?
12.
12, okay.
Raum is supposed to be dexterous. That's his thing.
Well,
He's about
this is special ice. It's not the usual ice. It's magic ice.
It's magic ice. The threshold wasn't high. It was a DC 10. But two of you, Valkyria, first of all, you don't just fall on your ass, girl. You face plant on this ice. You take several confident steps forward because your father is just marching forward. Like, there is somebody who needs help in his city, and he's going directly wherever they need help. Jaz'Zara got a 20 in total, so she's, probably only a step behind him. And Ani, Valkyria just takes that real confident step forward. And she just, that first step, girl, you just, your feet slide right out from underneath you. It just smack directly face first into the ground.
And no one's there to share a look with me, so I just roll my eyes heavenward, and I'm not doing great, but I pivot back to her and go, would you like a hand?
Yes, please.
Did Raum fall?
Yes. So right about the time that Valkyria falls, as Raum is walking up, that when Valkyria falls and she just kind of sprawls everywhere, you trip over her and you land just right on your ass, like right beside her. So there's two of you on the ice at this point.
So it's less your fault, right? Like there was an obstacle.
Raum goes, oh my! And now he is sliding backwards on his ass, the smile still on his face.
One day around.
Why is he Johnny Bravo?
Oh, wow.
It's hard to shake this man. Not much bars him.
And I'm gonna hoist Val up, but since he's smiling, I'm just gonna kind of let him do what he's got to do. I trust him.
More guards are starting to follow you, and they'll help Raum up, and here, as you guys, you didn't have to slide very far because you guys had just stepped onto the ice. So and there's more people following.
Boards.
And now, Valkyria, you got a 3. So I'm gonna have you roll me the dexterity saving throw again. This time with advantage because Asha is helping you. But I just want to see, you just gotta get a 10, girl.
Got 12.
Okay.
Then a 13, so, alright.
You're standing. It's not
I'm
great,
standing.
but you're standing.
I'm wobbling. But we're good.
There we go.
You're not pulling me back down, too.
No.
So we're making our slow and arduous way.
There you go. And Raum, you are once again standing. You did have like help of like several of the guards that came over to help you up and everything like that. And you only failed by one. So like once you take that step, you've figured out like what the terrain is like, and you have this better idea of how to move forward. So you are standing and can start making your way across the ice as well.
Alrighty.
And so you guys start making your way closer, and as you do, the voice calling for help gets louder, and you notice that as you come through a section of where this ice has risen up, that there is this gigantic bronze and like brass door. It's huge. It's like a 2-story door, and it has like it's a double door, but directly outside of this door is a small gnome, partially just covered in like snow and ice, and is clutching something in their hand and is laying on the ground and is just yelling very as much as they can but very weakly for help.
Is he frozen like Jack Nicholson in The Shining?
Not quite as bad, but
Because he dies.
Yeah, because it does look like they got blasted with like this giant burst of like ice and snow.
The equivalent of an electrical shock with the hair going back, but it's frozen.
Yeah. So everybody who's approaching can roll me a perception check, please.
7.
17.
3, unsurprising.
So Jaz'Zara, who got an 18, and then Asha, you both you recognize this person as one of the crystal catchers who does work in the area. Probably not a very prominent crystal catcher, but does a lot of like running errands, like back and forth to like sometimes to the Kel Tower, sometimes to the Nicors and stuff like that. Is more of a messenger than anything else. So somebody you recognize, even if you don't know them really well. And is laying on the ground on their back and just clutching. You can tell there's something in their hand, and that they're just clutching to their chest as you approach. And Ani's father gets there first because he's like zero hesitation marching forward, and he'll kneel down next to this page, who you do know whose name is Denier. Like this is Denier Tinkerfoot Crystal Catcher. So and. I gave all of the crystal catchers weird middle names. Like I'm going to tell you that right now.
I love it.
But I like Tinkerfoot.
It's cute. It's just they're just strange middle names more than anything. So, because like there's Degalos, the one you guys don't like. His middle name is Tricket. So, and
which sounds like an Ewok, which is really funny because you don't like Star Wars as much. So, but it sounds like an Ewok.
There you go. So he can be an Ewok. That's fine. I'm not entirely certain what that is, but he can be an Ewok. So.
The little bears.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like I've never seen the movie that they're in, but I've been to the Universal, the Hollywood Studios park, and I've seen them there.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well,
little things.
Little bear things.
Yeah.
So Ani's father, he leans down and he starts checking this person over, and he's like, "Are you all right? What happened? What is this?" And the small gnome like reaches out and he puts a hand like on your father, Valkyria, and he says, "It wasn't supposed to work this way. It wasn't supposed to open anything, but it did. It opened and they came through." And your father looks at him like, "Came through what?" And he says, I don't know. There was just a doorway, and then everything exploded, and they took him. They came and they took him. He told us not to mess with it, but they did anyway, and they came and they took him. And now he's gone, and he's gone, and he's gone, and he just repeats, he's gone, and he's gone, over and over and over again.
I just wanted a nice, peaceful day to forget about the morning. Now I have to deal with more magic shit.
I'm going to set Val up on something solid real quick, but then I'm gonna move forward and I'm gonna kneel down and assess my little friend here for physical damage that I can fix right now.
Okay.
Looks like we've got some frostbite impending, so we're gonna have to do some. Can I do some healing on him?
Roll me a medicine check.
Sure. That's great. Okay, what is my medicine? Oh, 9.
9. Okay.
Total.
You don't see any physical wounds on him, but he's just extremely cold. Like, he's shaking because he's so cold. And you can start, like, asking, some of the other guards and things that have come up for, like, their cloaks and stuff like that. Because you know that he needs to be, more than anything, less, like, healing magic and more, he just needs to get warm, like, sooner rather than later. Because he's very, very, very cold.
Lucky for him, I bought a scarf at one of my stops, so we're going to put that around him. And I'll be like, hey, bro, I need some scarves. And some
Jackets,
clothes.
scarves, whatever. Pass them along.
You got
And
warm clothes, let's get.
And the guards will start, like, taking off their cloaks and then, like, start passing them to you. Because they definitely listen to you. And they know who you are. They're like, I'm not going to question this. This is, here you go.
Yeah.
And
I'm gonna sit him up and we're bundling, wrap that scarf around his head, get the ears protected and warm.
Yeah, and the whole time he has a hand, like, fisted in the shirt of Valkyria's father, and he does not let go. And he just keeps repeating, he's gone, he's gone, he's gone. And Valkyria, your father, looks at him and puts both hands on his shoulders. And your father's a different type of tiefling, so he's more fire-based than you are. And so you see your father's hands start to, like, glow slightly red, so they're not, like, hot, but they're starting to warm, to help
Sets him
warm
on
him
fire.
up. Yeah, just inferno. It's just like
That would be her if that was her thing.
I was gonna ask if I could just use my burning hands to, melt
you would
the ice off,
incinerate
but I
this
figured.
boy.
So I said not to ask that question.
You would turn him
Leave
to
my little
ash.
Tinkerfoot alone.
He
You can
is
heat
fully
some
a
tea.
commoner. He's fully a commoner. He has no resistance stats, armor, anything. He's fully just a mail delivery person. Like, that is exactly what he does.
He's a courier. Leave him be.
Yes. But so, like, your father uses some of, like, his infernal magic to help warm this person up, but as he does, he looks at this courier and he says, "Who is gone? And, like, who did they take?" And, like, through stuttering, like, chattering teeth, this page looks at your father and he says, "Ithro Crystal Catcher," which you all know is the head of the Crystal Catcher family. They took the gnomish leader, and you don't know what took him, but you know that somebody or something has taken him. And Valkyria, your father, looks up at you when you hear this, and looks back down at the courier, and the courier takes his other hand that has been, like, fisted around something that he won't let go of, and he puts his hand forward towards your father, and when he opens his hand, there's this large brass key in his hand, and he says, I don't know what it's for, but they dropped this on their way out after they took him. They told us that he shouldn't have been messing with things that he didn't understand, but he wasn't the one messing with them. It was our fault. It was our fault. We did this, but they dropped this. I don't know if it'll be of any help, but it's all I have." And he hands your father this very large brass key. And your father takes it. And he stands up and he starts yelling for guards to come and take the courier for medical treatment. And he starts gathering Valkyria, Asha, Ram, and Jaz'Zara closer to him. And he orders you all to come forward. And I imagine some of you very carefully shift forward on the ice.
I'm already pretty close, so I just kind of lean. I kind of get up gently and go over.
And Jaz'Zara will step forward as well, and she more or less has not taken her eyes off of this doorway. That now that all of you are so close to it, can see that it is slightly ajar. And Valkyria, your father gathers all of you, and he said, "If Ithro has been taken. This could be an act of war upon the city, depending on whether or not it was purposeful or not. However, we cannot waste time in not rescuing him, because his life could be in the balance. I will gather the leaders of the city, and we will see if there is more we can do. However, in the meantime, inspect the area and see if you can find any clues on what took him and where they went. And he puts his hand on your shoulder, Valkyria, and he says, be careful.
You know I'm always careful.
And he gives you a look that's like, no, you're not. This is like, you are my daughter. Like, no, you're not.
But I always come back.
You is a liar, but nice try.
Realm takes his hat off and puts it against his chest, and he goes, worry not, my lord. We shall bring him back safely. You have my word.
But let's not make too many promises there.
Thank you, Rob.
And he nods at you, and he says, good. The city is counting on you all. And he takes the key, and he's going to hand it to Asha. And so, Asha, you now have this giant bronze key, and he says, I don't know what this is for, but maybe it will help you along the way. Take it with you just in case.
Okay. I'm going to slip that into my pouch here.
You're
not in my
pouch.
My mom friend pouch.
There you go.
And he orders one of the guards to come forward, and he speaks with them in hushed tones for a moment, and the guard hands him a bag. And he takes the bag and he pulls out a healing potion, of which there are 3. And he hands one to Val, one to Asha, and one to Ram. So you now each have a healing potion. Just a regular healing potion.
Ram thanks him.
Yes, thank you. Hopefully we don't need to use all 3.
Gives kind of like a half bow.
Half bow.
And Valkyria's father pats you on the shoulder, Ram, and he says, good man. And it's like, go and don't die, any of you. It's too close to the holidays for this.
I really don't need to have another lecture from Mother about being late for another holiday. So yes, I will not die.
And he'll look at you when you say that, Val, and he says, consider the lecture I would be on the receiving end of if you didn't come home at all.
Fair point. Fair point.
And with that, and would you guys like to approach the door?
Yes.
Ram is going to take the lead, kind of.
Okay.
With all the false swagger.
Before Val moves, she's going to call it Jazz. Hey, Jazz.
Yeah?
Can you pull some of your strings and some of your magic and see if our lovely, what's his stupid duck face, Legolas, was behind any of this? Because you know he'd pull some shit.
You think Legolas has the magic to do this?
No,
and she gestures at
not.
the 5-story tall ice tower.
No, clearly he doesn't have that kind of capability, but the courier, Mr. Tinkerfoot, kept saying that, they weren't supposed to be messing with it. And what does Legolas like to do?
Mess.
Stick his nose where it doesn't belong.
Well, you're not wrong. Though to be entirely fair, I'm not sure he has the intelligence to make something go this wrong.
To make something go boom like this.
Just like, now, if you wanted to tell me, he accidentally broke something that should be unbreakable, I'd believe that. But this seems like a lot, even for one person. And the courier did say that they were working on something, imagine that sounds like a lot of people, or at least a group of people.
Alright. Still don't trust him, though.
I mean, you shouldn't, because he's a fucking idiot, but we all knew that. So you guys are going to approach this gigantic 2-story tall door. And Ram, if you'd like to open it, you're going to have to give me a strength check to do so.
First, I want to inspect it, or if there's any, wards or anything on it.
Sure. So you can go ahead and give me a perception check or an investigation check of it.
See, getting paid would.
That one, he doesn't know.
Great. It's
he's
a door.
gonna start. He's gonna kick the door to like see if anything happens.
Brute
Great.
strength. I like it.
All
You're
right,
gonna
now
kick
strength
the door. So if you'd like to kick the door, you can make me an attack roll on it if you'd like.
Sure. What do I roll for that?
Just roll me like an unarmed strike.
Okay.
So a d20 plus, if your strength is really bad, it might just be plus nothing.
It's a 0.
It's
So,
0.
8.
8 in total. Man, that's a solid door, and your foot real hurt. That is a solid ass door, and it does not budge whatsoever.
But somehow he's still kind of smiling, like, oh.
The smile's a little strained now, but it's still there.
All right. You can make me a strength check if you would like to
right.
try and open it.
He's gonna try and open it normally now. 16.
16. Okay. It takes a lot of effort and like putting your shoulder into it, but the door do swing open for you.
He's trying to pretend like it's not as hard as it is.
With a
Fair.
busted foot.
The busted foot, yeah.
Well, limping as you push the door like forward. It's just like, okay. So you open this gigantic door, and as you open it, you come into this room. Like some of the snow and the ice that is around you kind of spills into the room, and this room is familiar to all of you because this is the main hall of the Crystal Catchers, great entrance hallway because they have every family has like a giant house where all of like their meetings and everything takes place, and this giant ice structure erupted directly in the middle of where the Crystal Catchers is, and you see this room that all of you have been familiar with for going in there for various reasons. It is trashed. Like things are broken. There's ice everywhere. There's like weapons scattered here and there. Some of them are broken. The staircase.
Are those dead bodies?
Well, the staircase that's in the center is just kind of looks like ice is just frozen over it, along with the statue in the center. The statue in the center of the room is of the founding Crystal Catcher, the original head of the family. And it is also frozen in ice. Tables are broken. Everything, there's just like junk scattered everywhere. And there are 2 more or less frozen people directly in front of you. What would you like to do?
I'm going to rush forward and see if there's anything that can be done, even though I know from far away that there's nothing. So should I do like a medicine check? Or?
Yeah, you can go ahead and give me another medicine check.
17.
17. These people are very frozen and very dead.
There's no hope for these ones.
And you do
Does anybody
notice,
recognize them?
And you
Am
can
I supposed to know them?
You can roll me a history check if you'd like to see if you recognize any of these people, and that goes for anybody who'd like to do it.
A 10.
22. Not a natural 20 in there.
14.
14. Val, they're very frozen, and like you might recognize them, but they're hard to distinguish their faces. So they might be people you think you've seen in passing, but probably not. Ram, you don't recognize any of the people here. You probably don't spend like a whole lot of time like in the Crystal Catcher district anyway.
That makes sense.
Yeah, unless you're on assignment or something, but these aren't people you would directly interact with. Asha, you do recognize one of them, the woman who's on the left, as somebody who often gets sent to the Kell Tower for messenger purposes, but also for like trading of supplies, and she'll like bring like people who are sick to you and stuff like that. And sometimes like she had an interest in training to learn medicine and stuff like that, so you've seen her around. You might not like be BFFs with her, but it's somebody you do recognize. So.
Oh, I know her. She wanted to be trained as a healer. Poor thing.
More potential lost.
That sounds so creepy coming from you.
It did, didn't it?
It sounded like
was just
an
kinda
evil
let it go.
overlord like one of my minions is gone. That was just way creepier than I was expecting you to really just do, girl. Like, okay. It really just gave me, like, evil leader is sad at the potential loss of another evil underling. Is definitely the whole vibe of that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Claire's having a bad day, all right?
Oh, yes, the shopping was ruined, yes.
There were things that happened before the shopping at home that already set her mood off.
Okay. So, but, you know, not made worse by the dead bodies, just so much as that on equal level.
Well, she didn't know him that well, so...
Realm puts the hat to his chest, kind of bows and goes, a damn shame. And the smile actually drops off of his face for once.
Oh.
And then as soon as the head snaps back up, the
He
smile
puts
is
the
back.
hat back on, smiles, and goes, well, nothing to be done. We must sally forth.
Damn you, sociopath.
Sally forth. All right. Let's, where to next, guys?
Jaz'Zara steps into the room a bit, and she's gonna do an investigation check of the room to see if it can tell her anything. And as you guys look around, you do see there are some walls with doors behind it. A couple of them are like cracked open and stuff like that. There is all kinds of things scattered across the room. If you guys would like to do me an investigation check to investigate any part of the room, you may do so.
6.
10.
15.
15. Okay. Jaz'Zara got a natural 1. So she's too busy, like, trying to identify threats than to look for shit. So, Ram, as you're looking around, you do see what definitely wasn't there the last time you were here, a smaller version of the door that you guys just walked through on the left. And there's a bunch of snow that's coming out of it. And the door is open, and it's very shimmery to the point you can't see through it. But there are footsteps in the snow coming both into the room and out of the room. And laying on the ground next to this snow is a unfamiliar-looking teddy bear toy.
I'm going to call them over, and
Okay.
then I'm going to pick up the teddy bear and inspect it.
Okay. Roll me another investigation check as you look at the teddy bear.
7.
7. You can tell just by the material it's made out of that this is not something the crystal catchers would have made. It doesn't really look like it's made in familiar materials at all. So it's very strange looking, but that's about all you can really tell from it. Jaz'Zara will walk up to you as well, and as she's looking around, you can see that these, I imagine you've pointed out like the footprints going in and out of the doorway at this point, and she notices, and she'll say some of them lead out into other rooms besides this one. Like they point, like towards the to the back where some of these rooms are and things like that as well. And then she looks at this giant magical doorway, and she's like, "Well, that's new."
It's amazing you didn't see it.
I mean,
she's looking for other things.
The dead bodies were a little bit more, pertinent. But Jaz'Zara's going to go like peek at some of these doors that are cracked open. What would the rest of you like to do?
Well, since Val's already in a bad mood, she's just going to pilfer this house to see if there's anything she can find of use to herself, along with anything she can find as clues to what the hell happened.
Okay,
I'm definitely going to look around.
All right, so there are 4 doorways besides the magical glowing one and the one that you guys just walked through. There's 2 on a back wall, and then there's 1 on each side of the room. Where would you like to go?
I'll go towards the back.
I'm gonna go to the back right, the one that looks like it's got a sorting hat with horns on it.
It's a deer head, my dear. But kudos to you, because I see it now, so...
A sorting hat with bones on it, everybody. Yeah. A sorting hat.
A sorting hat with bones. Where's Asha going to go?
back over on the other side of the staircase, back into that corner
Where it's got the rugs? The green rug?
Yeah, kind of,
Okay.
yeah.
Both of which these doors are cracked open a bit as you go in there. What would Rom like to do?
Realm is going to give an exploratory kick to this door, to the glowing one.
Great.
See
You
what
can
happens.
Make me another unarmed strike against the door.
10.
10. The door does swing open a little further, but man, that does still hurt when you do that.
You think he learned the first time?
No.
Can I attempt to peek in through the new crack and see, like, there's anything on the other side of it?
Sure. So you approach this mystical glowing doorway, and how would you like to try to put your head through it to peek through it?
Like, it's just peeking through the door, trying to squeeze, see if he can see what's on the other side without fully committing
Sure.
to going in there quite yet.
Asha is filled with a sudden urge to warn him not to touch the glowing thing, but then also she just says he's an adult, he can do what he wants.
So you approach the glowing doorway and everything like that, and it is there's this magical kind of fuzzy shield through it. And as you approach it and you kind of lean into it a little bit, and the second you make contact with it, you feel this tugging sensation and you are pulled through the doorway. And
Asha, what were you saying about telling him not to do that?
And all of you watch him vanish. You see him get sucked through this doorway, and you do not see him.
and he's gone.
Oh, motherfucking shit.
And you guys said I was the one you should be worried about.
I mean, to be
It's
fair,
usually
we should be
you.
worried. Now there's just two of you to worry about.
Okay.
Now, here's the question for the both of you. He just vanished through this doorway. Are you going to continue to go into these rooms to take a peek and see what's in them, or are you going to try and go after him?
I'm gonna go look through the house and the rooms first, because if I get sucked through that, and I can't come back,
That's
The
fair.
day she's having, it's not going that way today.
no.
That's valid.
Being sucked through a magical mystical door is on the bottom of my list today. So
Okay.
I'm going to take a quick gander in the room just because I'd like him to sweat it out for 3 seconds. But,
Fair enough.
but whatever, what I can see on a quick check in that room.
Okay. Asha, you're going to roll me a perception check, and Valkyrie, as you go into the other room, you can roll me an investigation check, please.
15.
15?
Mm-hmm.
A whole 5. Okay. We'll start with Val. Val, you open this door. There's a little fireplace that's in there. There's a deer head on the wall. There's not
sorting hat with bones.
Yeah. Now with your 5, you're looking at this creature, and my God, you don't know what it is. You have never seen this kind of creature before. It's just is that a hat? Is it an animal? Is it just something that the crystal catchers have just mashed together? You have no idea what this is. And it kind of freaks you out a little bit because it looks really creepy in a way that is not cool to you. You like the creepy stuff, but this might be otherworldly. You don't know.
This is a step too far.
It's a bit too much.
This is a step in the wrong direction of the weird. So
Hang on.
Let her get her fish out.
The
I
fish
just
must
say,
be used.
please don't slap it on when you have your phone in the fish.
Now I have the pens in there, which I'm taking out.
Okay.
Okay. Asha! Asha, come here.
She's ringing the summoning fish.
The summoning fish bell that Valkyria apparently has that summons Asha. Yeah. Yeah, you hear
And I know that it's only going to get worse if I don't respond to her right away. So I back on out of the room, and I go over to where she is, and I say, "You rang?"
I'm glad you heard it. What the hell is that on the wall?
An elk.
The fuck is an elk?
Big. Pokey. It's an animal.
Why is it on the wall?
That's an old tradition from up there. Yeah. It's actually an herbivore. It only eats plants. It's scary looking for no reason. Makes
Why
a horrible
is it on
noise
the
like
wall?
trophy.
Can Val just throw burning hands at it and just burn it to the ground?
We should probably wrap this up and go see where
I
Round
don't
went.
like it.
And at this
Well, then
point,
we
you'll
don't have to
hear
look at it anymore.
Jaz'Zara yell, "Are we gonna do anything about the fact that dude just fucking disappeared?" Because
Yes, we're coming.
Fine.
So
I
how
do
am I doing, by the way?
we're gonna get to that.
Oh, we're coming to you.
Yeah.
And I grab Val by the arm and her fish, and I say, "Let's go." And we don't have any more. We must go see. Auntie Telena is not going to be happy with any of us.
Yeah,
If we
Jaz'Zara
don't
says.
at least know where he went.
Jaz'Zara says,
Come
I do know his mother. I don't want to have to go explain to her why we just let him vanish into the ether. I'm not going
We
to
didn't
have
let
that.
him do shit. He decided he wanted to stick his head into a misty, shimmery dark.
We
That
have to
won't
get him
matter to her. She will just try to murder us, okay? I don't think she's going to give a damn who you are, Valkyria. She will just try to murder all of us.
We
So
all have
let's...
violent mothers, huh?
Yes, we do.
That's fair. And
Alright.
as you guys walk back to the center of this room, all three of you, as in myself and Valkyria and Asha, give me one last perception check, please.
10.
18. I can add.
All right, and Jaz'Zara got a 13, and you do notice, like, Val, you don't notice shit. You're just more concerned about the weird, creepy demon creature on the wall that you're not sure what it is. Asha, however, you do...
Still muttering.
The thing you notice about both corpses is the way they are laying. Both of them are facing this magical doorway.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys all approach the magical doorway. Would you like to do anything, or do you just want to bodily fling yourselves through it?
I do want to just tell everybody that, if you look at the bodies on the floor, just as a reminder that this is going to be dangerous. Also notice that the way that they are positioned, this is totally what killed them. So let's be careful.
Yes, mother.
And
before flinging ourselves into the unknown.
Yep.
Jaz'Zara will step forward. She's like, just please let me go first, but also don't let Valkyria go last, because I do have a feeling that she might just stay here.
Get in the middle, Squishy. In the middle.
Aye, aye, Captain. All right, let's get in the middle.
And Jaz'Zara will go through, and I assume the two of you will maybe a little reluctantly follow.
Val wants to kind of poke the door in the shimmery mist with her quarterstaff, and then while doing that, she gets sucked in.
And then
as
Asha
soon as
pokes her into the door. Go.
Yeah, as soon as your quarterstaff touches that, it just sucks you right through the doorway, and you get this terrible, like, pull feeling of just being sucked through something, and then the sensation of falling. And while all of this is happening, Realm, you have this, as you are sucked through this doorway, and then there is this sensation of falling that happens for, like, a couple beats longer than expected, before you suddenly are submerged in a lot of snow, and you just go smack right into a bunch of snow. And, like, you don't really take any damage. It is a little disorienting, though, I will say, as you just kind of smack into some snow. And
he pops up, shakes his head to shake the snow out of his hat, and he's going to have a look around.
All right, as you turn around...
Completely unfazed.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. As you turn around, you have, like, there's just this wall of, like, white that's directly behind where you were, and straight up, probably about 2 stories high, is that doorway, and you can just see the shimmering, like, entry part of it. You don't see the door because the door opened inward, but there's, like, a little bit of a snow bank that stops probably about 1 story down on it, and you had hit the snow and rolled down a little bit, but you can't get back through it. It's a little too high. up there. As you turn to look at the rest of where you are, you realize you are now outside, which is really bizarre because were just inside, but also in the Underdark. And the weirdest part of everything that you see is the fact that you see a sky, and that's not something.
Okay, so I can see the sky.
Yeah, it is night. Like it's dark, and you see a bunch of stars and everything like that. Everything around you is covered in a lot of snow, rock, and there are giant pine trees that are covered in snow everywhere. There's some fallen trees here and there. Some what look like different types of trees that have lost all of their leaves on them. And as you look around at all of this very new terrain, because the snow is strange enough. Like, you go to parts of the Underdark that get really cold, but it does not snow in the Underdark because there's no real weather situation. It's very disorienting because you can just look and you can see for not only like a far distance of forest, but the sky is also very disturbing because unless you've gone on patrol to the surface, that's not something you regularly see.
Can I say that, like, he is just absolutely, like, mystified by this?
Sure.
The sky is something that he's always wanted to see.
Okay.
I don't know if he's ever... I don't know if I ever wrote that, so I don't know if he's actually... It would make sense if he's ever been to the surface, but I'm going to say no.
Okay.
But he's kind of always wanted to go, so
Yeah.
he is... like taken with like childlike wonder. He's not really concerned about the danger he's probably in.
Okay.
He's just like the sky. I
That's
can
fair.
see it.
You would know that only specific like patrols and stuff like that are qualified to go up to the surface, and you have to be a certain rank, and you have to go through a lot of specific training for that. So that might be something like he's trying to work towards. But there are only specific, groups that get to go up to the surface, but everybody who goes, talks about it. And, when the new, recruits that have gone to go up there, come back, it's a huge thing of listening to people talk about the surface and everything like that. And the snow is also very new. It's very cold. Not something you've experienced. The Underdark gets very cold, especially, in wintertime, especially because on the surface is a giant tundra. But the snow is also new to you, and walking through snow is also a little strange. But yeah, you take a moment to look around, and go ahead and give me a perception check if you would.
What's this? There's something in the air. 19.
19. You hear little chittering of what sounds like small animals, and you also, as you're listening, you start to hear voices arguing with one another, and what sounds like whimpering as well. And it's right about the time that you really focus on this that all of a sudden there are 3 people plummeting directly towards you. And please make me a dexterity.
I want to try to make a dodge out of that way.
Yeah, dexterity saving
Nope.
throw.
6.
6.
Or wait,
Yeah,
with proficiency, 8.
8. Okay. So
Still not great.
directly out of this doorway, you watch Jaz'Zara first come, and she gets thrown out of this doorway, and followed directly by Valkyria, who is holding her quarterstaff outwards in front of her as she does, and then Asha comes out right after, and all 3 of them just land directly in the area that you were in, and more or less on top of you as well. And I'm going to say, because of the uncoordinatedness of all of this, everybody here takes 3 points of damage from that.
Great.
That's a lot.
So that's what I have to do.
Oh, well, that's fun. Alright. So, all of you are now pretty much just flattened into the snow, as you have all fallen out of this portal, and you are now very disoriented and outside. And as you look around, there's a bunch of snow, trees, there's rocks everywhere. It is very much a new outdoor environment to probably all of you, with the exception of Jaz'Zara, who has been to the surface. But even this does not look familiar to her. Like, this is not someplace that she knows she has been. So,
Has she encountered snow before?
yeah.
Or just, okay. Oh, that's right, because it's tundra up there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, never mind. Brain, it does the thing.
So, Realm is going to quickly pop up, like dust himself off, and be like,
Okay.
"Tally ho, lasses!" And but I want to immediately do a stealth,
Okay.
and I want to like try to find like a bush or a tree or something to hide
Okay.
because he heard voices. Yes.
Yes, he did. Are you telling them that you heard something?
No questions, just follow me.
Yeah, he's gonna hide, and then he's gonna make like a try to like voice to him without saying like voices.
Okay.
He's gonna gesture.
Like, yeah.
Okay. Jaz'Zara will like pull an arrow out and prepare.
He does the thieves' can't, remembers that no one else knows that, and then
That's fair. Everybody's just looking at you like, what? What happened? What is that? So
and they go, voices. So
Go ahead.
okay, this is me rolling for stealth.
Yep.
Are you fucking kidding me? So that was a nat 1. So he goes, voices! Loudly.
All right.
Like,
Yeah,
you guys are like, what? What? And he finally just goes, I hear voices!
All right. I will roll a perception check to see if the voices hear that. They don't. That's a 5. So that doesn't really matter super much. But you guys do get the hint that there is something going on. And what would the two of you like to do? Jaz'Zara is going to like go over to one of the trees to take a bit of cover. So what would the two of you like to do?
Well, I'm gonna follow what Jazz does.
I'm gonna follow
smarter.
Jazz.
And she didn't just shout, loud noises!
All right. Would the Valkyria and Asha, you can go ahead and make me perception checks with advantage because it was pointed out that there are noises to you, and you can see if you can hear them.
17.
So,
Okay.
Also 17.
And Jaz'Zara got an 18. So you all hear the voices. So it sounds like two creatures that are arguing with one another. And you do also hear faint little sounds of crying as well. And what would you like to do?
I guess I'm gonna make an attempt to like stealthily advance towards the noises that I'm hearing. See if I
Okay.
can investigate.
So you guys, go ahead.
Should I roll another stealth check?
Yeah, you can roll me a stealth check as you move towards the noises.
I was gonna see if I could kind of determine what they were saying, maybe? See what, like, if they're friendly or not.
Sure.
What did you do?
I rolled a 22.
Okay.
On the stealth.
What did
All
you
right,
do?
that's great. Oh, that face of hers always worries me when she does that. So, Ram, as you like walk up, you step up into like a cluster of these trees, and you just pretty much vanish. Like they cannot see you. Like your companions cannot see you whatsoever. And Asha and Val, you watch him like step into the trees and then just pretty much just disappear. Pretty much not really knowing where he's going, but have seen like what direction he was headed in. And Asha, as you're listening, you hear this arguing back and forth in a language that you don't understand. But I will say does kind of sound like two people having a petty argument.
Oh, something we're familiar with.
Yes.
Yes.
So.
Thinking finger.
Yes, thinking finger. Can Jazz throw a snowball? Not Jazz, sorry. Val throw a snowball in the direction of the voices with her mage hand.
Why are you doing that to Ram?
Not to him, towards the.
I know, but he's going that way.
Okay, so you know what? I'm going to have you make me. I want you to make me a dexterity check to see how good of a snowball you make.
3.
Yep. So you use your mage hand. You summon this invisible hand. It goes in, scoops up some snow, and it just like keeps crushing it. There's only one hand. It cannot form a ball with just one hand, and it just keeps crushing the snow, and the snow falls out of the fingers. And it can't make a snowball, with just a single hand, and the snow just keeps falling out of the hand. Mm-hmm. So no, you do not, in fact, throw a snowball. You absolutely don't, though. Like, you do not make a...
This is what I...
Doing Naruto doing the Rasengan, like with the clones.
Yep. Just completely failing. Exactly.
I want you to know, Hayden, that this is how Misty mitigates her impulses. All these impulses. She, like,
Seems
gives
the
her...
dice do that for.
Yeah, well,
that's fair.
But knowing that, Misty always gives her, like, a, like...
You want to do the bullshit,
kinda...
you have to try and succeed in your bullshit. And luckily, her dice like me.
Goes.
So, your dice like me, Ani. Like,
Misty
they don't
likes
really...
to let her fuck around and find out.
Pretty much. So...
I bring entertainment.
And frozen fish, so...
Frozen fish.
This is the same... So,
no, it's not in your bra at this point, girlfriend.
You do not have frozen fish in your bra at this point.
It's way before you purchase
That's
the
right, this is
frozen
before
fish.
you purchase the fish.
So Valkyrie is going to stand there and fail at making a snowball. And that's just going to be something you do for a moment. Asha, you were listening to this petty argument. Would you like to start approaching as well? Because Jaz'Zara, Jaz'Zara will gesture that she's going to start moving forward, so you can follow. And what Val does is what Val
kind
does.
Of stealthily move forward, because I really don't want to.
Okay.
Be the one to fuck it up.
Okay.
Someone else can do it, but it's not
that's fair. Now, Ashley, go ahead and roll me a stealth check, and I'll roll one for Jaz'Zara as well.
17.
17. That's exactly what Jaz'Zara got as well. So you know, the both of you are approaching pretty much in tandem, but on opposite sides of this little pathway that you see. And as you know, in like kind of like approaching just in tandem. And you, at the same time, like hear little chittering, like in the trees and stuff like that. But you are trying to focus on being quiet. What is Val doing at this point? Because you are not making the snowball, is what you're doing.
So, Val is following Asha, but she's dragging her quarterstaff behind her in the snow like a petulant child.
Roll a stealth check at disadvantage.
It's like hitting every rock on it.
Chunk, chunk, chunk.
16 on both.
16 on both?
Yeah.
I like that Erin is like, that's better than you've done all day.
Also her dice is really dark, and I actually cannot.
Just like, but at the same time, at disadvantage, it's better than she's done at any roll tonight, so like, that's great. So, you know, you are being a child about it and dragging your quarterstaff behind you. However, there's a bunch of snow, so like it's not really hitting much of anything. It's just kind of dragging through the snow.
Lucky you're not walking where the rocks are.
Yeah, and you're not making quick progress, but I don't think you really care. So
I really don't care now.
She is bringing up the rear of rears.
Pretty much. So as you guys
grumbling along the way.
So
pretty
has
much.
Realm reached the voices? Can you see them?
Yeah, you at this point, like you've come past some trees, and there's a bit of a rock like outcropping, and you can like stand behind it and look around, and you see two. I didn't have tokens for this, but what you see are two giant snowmen talking to one another.
Snowmen.
Mm-hmm. You see two giant snowmen talking to one another.
You know these are going to be cannibal snowmen, right? Well, not cannibal, but violent.
And these snowmen are probably about 5 feet tall. They are armored. One has a shield and a spear. The other one has like a crossbow. And they are arguing with one another. They're holding what looks like a carrot. And at this point you notice that one of them has a carrot nose and the other one does not. And the carrot is in the hand of the one that doesn't have a nose, and it is broken partially, and they are having a very petty argument with each other. And they are standing in guard in front of what looks like a giant animal enclosure pen.
I'm just waiting for these two.
That's valid.
So okay. I'm trying to think. I used to also play at 3.5.
Mm-hmm.
What was it? It's like you can determine like intent, like
Okay.
or check for evil or whatever. Like it's.
Yeah, give me an insight
I size
check.
these things up. Insight.
Yeah.
I want to try and size them up. If like, are they evil?
Okay.
8.
8. They're definitely pissed at each other for many reasons that you can't understand because they don't speak any language you've ever heard. They do give you kind of creepy vibes. You notice as they're talking, they have what looks like their teeth are icicles that look very sharp, and they're holding weapons that have clearly had a lot of use, and whatever is crying is coming from the other side of the gate for the animal pen that's behind them.
Can I try and see what's in the pen?
The gate is really, it's really tall. It's taller than the snowmen. You can try and sneak up to it, but you'd have to get past them to do it. Or you'd have to go all the way back and around.
Hey,
Is there a path that would be, easy to get around them, or...?
You would have to climb on top of the rocks if you wanted to, not go all the way back towards, where on the map where Valkyria is. So you would have to come all the way back down here and then, go all the way around, because the trees are really dense right through there and the rocks are very tall.
Ram, you distract them, I go look at the animals.
You are not there, young lady. You are not there. You have no clue there are animals.
At the back of the party.
Actually, do you even know where I am?
No.
And she's just being a child in the back. You can give me another stealth check at this point as you stand here and you're watching them.
Stealth is supposed to be his thing.
And the dice is not cooperating.
That was another nat 1.
Another nat 1.
So, I'm just going to say that she called out and he's going to answer. He goes, "Quiet now, I'm being stealthy." He announces loudly.
Very loudly. And you watch as both of these snowmen very much hear you. Because even if their passive perception wasn't 13, they rolled a perception check of 15, and then both of their heads snap up. They stop arguing with one another, and they hold their weapons up as they look around, and they fully spot you. And one of them yells in a language you don't understand, and fires a crossbow bolt at you. So, what is your armor class?
My AC is 15.
15. Oh, it's a 15 on the die plus 2. It does hit you, and you are going to take 2 points of damage. And the rest of you do hear the change in the voices, the yelling, and you hear a weapon being fired.
I'm being stealthy, so...
Alright, you're going to hear, "Quiet now, I'm being stealthy." And then a few seconds later, you're going to hear, "Oh dear, I appear to have been shot."
And that's the part where Jaz'Zara starts running forward, and everybody can roll initiative for me at this point.
Alrighty.
12.
10.
8.
Alrighty.
I never roll well for initiative. I'm never the first one. But that works for me, because I have to sit here and go, what am I going to do?
You know what I'm going to argue is Raum has a +8 to his stealth, but you keep distracting him. He's very easily distracted. So if he was alone, he'd be doing this flawlessly.
Fair enough.
Not with Valkyria's around.
Flawlessly.
And what was Valkyria's initiative?
12.
12? Okay.
Aaron is 10, so...
Alrighty. Well, Jaz'Zara got a 24, so And then the other, let's see. So the initiative order is going to be Jaz'Zara, one of the snowmen, Val, Asha, Rome, and then with a whole 4 is the other snowman. So you
Okay, I need to know: is it the broken nose snowman who's at the bottom of the list, or is it the?
It is the broken nose one who's at the bottom of the list. Yeah, he's also the one holding the crossbow bolt, like the crossbow. So he fires that with like one hand, and he's holding his nose in the other one. And it's at the same point, like he fires it, and then he shoves like his broken nose like back onto his snowy face, and now he just has like half a carrot hanging with like broken on his nose. So you are all seeing that, and. When like all of this happens, you hear the noises from the other side of this pen start to get a little louder. And at the top of the initiative order is Jaz'Zara, so she's going to come around, and she sees these 2 snow creatures. She does kind of tilt her head like, well, that's new. Okay. And she's going to fire her arrow. Yeah, 17 to hit for her on the first one, which hits for 7 points of damage to that one.
When did we get to the Midwest, eh?
7 points of damage.
Don't you know?
Don't you know?
I guess
All
it was
right.
quite snowy in Minnesota.
In Minnesota. Yeah, you've all landed in magical Minnesota. That's what's happened for you.
Alright.
And as it is Jazara's first round of combat, she actually gets 2 attacks instead of 1. Fun Gloomstalkery stuff. That is a 24 to hit on that one. And she does an additional 4 points of damage to that one. And she is aiming at the one with the broken nose, because that is the one that fired first. And now it is the other snowman's turn, the one that has the shield and the spear. And it doesn't have legs, but it does move. What it does, however, do is hop. It hops along.
Swamp.
And it is...
Swamp.
Pretty much. It is a huge, like, lumbering, just throwing itself forward. And so it is going to move forward to you, and it is going to try and take a... in all honesty, you do kind of have to tilt your head as you watch it, just... Because when it throws itself forward, the 3 giant snowballs that are its body do slightly come apart and then slam back together, and then come apart and then slightly slam back together as it moves forward. But it is going to try and attack the only person that is currently within its range of movement, because it doesn't have a lot of movement.
Can I just ask, did the crossbow bolt appear to hurt it at all?
Jazara's arrow did, in fact, hurt it. Like, it sinks, like, into the snow, and the creature seems very unhappy with that, so...
Okay, just so I know that these things care about being hit.
Yeah, they do care, and, like, because, like, when the arrow hits it, like, some snow, like, bursts off of it and everything like that, so now it has, like, this little dent in it where the arrow is sticking out of it, so... and that is going to be a 13 to hit you. Does it hit you, Round?
No.
No?
15.
Okay, so it takes this spear, and it looks at you, and it just tries to just, like, straight whack you with it. It doesn't try to stab you, and it just straight whacking, and you just, like, take a slight step to the side, and it just completely misses you, and then it's going to... It looks at you, and now it's really angry. Like, it was already angry, but now it's real angry, and it yells something at you in a language you don't understand.
I have a follow-up question.
Sure.
Does it have stick arms, or does it have snow arms?
It has large stick arms. So, and it has
Okay,
like
so we'll say
these giant stick arms that they do
arms.
move. Yeah, they move, and then like the hands are like little sticks, and there's only like 3 fingers, so which are wrapped around this spear. And
questions, I know.
And Val, you're probably about 40 feet back, and so you can barely just see what's happening because of like the bend in the pathway. What would you like to do? Because it is your turn, young lady.
I mean, I want to walk up to whatever is just causing us trouble. Can I just point my quarterstaff and
You can get within 10 feet of it, but you cannot get up to it. You don't have enough movement for that at the moment.
No, that's fine. I'll get 10 feet up to it, and I just want to, what was it? What was my spell? Flaming?
Burning hands?
Burning hands, yeah.
In the flaming hands of burningness.
Flaming garbage is what it is.
Flaming garbage? Is that what you
I
said?
just want to, I want Val to walk towards them as close as she can, dragging her staff behind her, and then as she gets as close as she can, whips the staff to the front, and then just burning hands.
I will say,
I don't care.
Burning Hands is a 15-foot cone. If you're not careful with it, you will hit your ally rather than as well as this snowman creature. So you'd have to make sure you aim it correctly and risk getting part of the tree that's on the other side.
It's fine. You know I'm going to cause more damage than I want to. But I will do my best to not hit Ram.
Okay. So this thing has to make a DC 14 dexterity saving throw.
Pestilent child that's just over it.
And it does make the saving throw, so it'll only take half damage, but you can go ahead and roll me 3d6.
She didn't have to aim that one?
No, it's one of her spells that doesn't have to roll to hit. So I'm just going to make the assumption that Valkyria cares at least a little bit enough not to kill one of her own people in front of witnesses, that she does aim it away from you. And it does, really get this rock and part of this tree that's up here. And, Valkyria, roll me a straight d20, don't add anything to it. If it's a 1 through 5, you're going to set this tree on fire.
The tree is on fire.
The tree is fully on fire, so this large, large tree just is so on fire right now, and it's just like, whoo. Yeah, and so you're gonna have to deal with this on fire tree now, but the snow, this giant snowman does take a shit ton of damage. Now, it did save on its throw, so technically it would only take 5 points of damage, but it is weak to fire damage because it is made of snow, so it does take the full 10 points of damage. So, and you see that it is pissed, and it just, when this fire hits it, a bunch of the snow on it just starts to melt, and it goes from being this giant, like snow creature to, probably about a third of its size has now been melted off of it. And it's pissed, and it's yelling at you, and it's taking its spear, and it's pointing from you to Rom, and then back again, and just, it's threatening you, even if you don't understand what it's saying.
So, do I dare ask, is Rom on fire?
No, she did miss you. The tree across the little pathway from you is definitely on fire.
So the white tree is on fire.
Okay.
And I will be making rolls. I'm going to give this tree hit points. And if it goes below a certain amount of hit points, you will be in danger of this on fire giant tree falling on all of you. So this tree has... So this tree, and every round, because it's on fire, it's going to take damage. So let's see how that goes. Asha, you're up next, unless Valkyria wanted to cause any other chaos.
I'm not gonna let that happen. Asha, since she's been kind of going along the left-hand side of this to avoid this, plus she knows in her soul that Val's gonna try this burning hand again.
Okay.
So she's gonna run up behind Raum and cast Shield of Faith, so that he is not, because he's the closest to the spear, but so he's between the spear and the fire tree. So
well, that's good.
We're gonna go there.
Somebody's gonna give a shit, I guess, about whether who lives or dies. But that means, Raum, that you can add +2 to your AC.
And then, do I need to roll or anything on that one?
No, that's just a bonus action spell. You do still have your action, so you can use a cantrip spell, or you can do it like a different kind of attack thing.
Perfect. Okay, I will then do, where'd you go? I had my thoughts. Let her rip. Where the heck did... I don't know why these things go away from me. I'm going to do Sacred Flame at the guy in front of Realm, so I'm going to pitch it around him.
Okay.
But we're going to protect him because he had the damage.
Okay. And it will have to make a dexterity saving throw to see whether or not it gets hit. It is your DC is 13, and it only got an 11. So you can roll your D8 of damage as you fling, like you summon this holy fire into your hand and you fling it at this creature directly in front of you.
8.
8 whole damage. That's great.
Mm-hmm.
So you hit this thing right in the face with just like a face full of fire, and it screams at you, and it's just like swinging its spear like everywhere because it can't really see at this point because you've melted like some of the snow around its face, and it's kind of like obscuring its vision at this point. Anything else you'd like to do, my dear? I think you used
No, that'll do it for this
pretty
round.
much everything.
Because I'm occupied with maintaining the Shield of Faith right now. So.
Yes. So, and if you
and watching that tree, because goddamn.
Yeah, that's valid because it's very on fire at the moment. And it is a big tree. It's a thick tree.
And it looks like it's up on a ridge, kinda, so it's gonna have a lot of falling power.
yeah, it's about like 10 feet up on a ridge is where it starts. So she really caught like a bunch of the lower branches and part of like the actual like tree part of this tree on fire. And that brings us to initiative 8. So Ram, that's on you. What would you like to do?
Okay, so I'm gonna attack the snowman with a tally-ho.
Tally-ho!
And we got a 16.
16 to hits. Okay, go ahead and roll your damage.
Okay, so this is a D8, and I think my sneak attack applies here because of my swashbuckler.
Yeah, go ahead and add sneak attack damage to that.
Okay, so we do. This is a finesse weapon, so.
Okay.
So 9.
9 points of damage. Great. So you go and you fire your crossbow, which is what I'm assuming you're using for this.
No, my rapier.
Your rapier. Okay, so you pull out your rapier, and
I do have a hand crossbow in my other hand.
Okay. And you watch as this creature gets blasted in the face with fire from Asha, and as it turns because of like the fire that's been blasted in its face, you pull out your rapier and you stab directly through the center of the creature, and it screeches, and then it just kind of poofs into this giant puff of snow and collapses to the ground, and everything that it was holding, the spear, the shield, and everything just collapses to the ground on top of this pile of snow. And you have defeated this one. And you hear the other one screaming more. Just so much screaming and yelling and just like vague threatening motions. But it is still just standing over here.
Okay, so then
like
can I move after that?
Sure.
And I just want to move away from the tree, so I guess diagonally to the right from where I am.
Okay, do you want to move closer to the other creature? Okay.
But still kind of at a range, and then I want to use my bonus action to shoot it with my crossbow.
Okay, you can go ahead and roll for that.
Return fire! That is a 21.
21 hits.
And then, so the hand crossbow is 1d6. Alright, then I do 10 damage with it.
Alright. And so you return fire on this creature, and it's standing there, and you hit it where its nose is already broken, and you just fully, the little piece that was hanging off just like falls off of it, and now it has directly next to its very broken nose, it has a crossbow bolt sticking out of it. It is still standing.
Awesome. Like that, you rapscallion.
Stallion.
And it's going to yell at you, and still in language you don't understand, and it's going to, it is now that snowman's turn. And it is going to try and return fire at you because you're the one directly in front of it. But it only gets an 11 to hit you. So it fires a crossbow bolt that just zooms right past you and hits this flaming tree. And at that point, I am going to roll some damage for the tree.
She says it cute, like we're not gonna all just die screaming.
I will say, you all see as this tree that is on fire, like it has now spread across most of the tree, and that tree's not looking good. I'm gonna be honest with you. The very last thing that snowman does is it yells something, and you don't know what it says, but the chittering noise in the trees gets a lot louder, and you start hearing the branches rustle a lot. And then, as it does this, all of a sudden these little itty bitty beady eyes start looking at you from out of these trees from many different directions. And that is when you see that these squirrels come out. But they're not normal looking squirrels. These are cinnamon bun squirrels. And they are squirrels that are made of cinnamon buns.
Can I eat them?
They might try to eat you
not
first.
The first gang.
I can certainly try.
I mean, it does mean that they
try.
smell pretty good on fire, doesn't it? I mean,
I mean, you're not wrong. However, Ani, I did just send you a picture of the squirrels if you'd like to look at the squirrels. And in all honesty, they're very evil looking for something so cute.
Oh my goodness. Oh my Lord. No, that's like official. That's not just something
Those are cinnamon bun squirrels. So, these squirrels are gonna start screaming at you and chittering at you. And they join the initiative at... They will be taking the place of the first snowman because they rolled a 13 as a group. And several cinnamon bun squirrels come out of the trees and don't look very happy that you have just set fire to one of their trees. We're back at the top
set
of the...
fire to all your trees.
Do not antagonize the cinnamon squirrels.
And
if I roast them, they'll be toasty cinnamon squirrels. Imagine how good that would taste.
It's still a creature. But with that, we're at the top of the initiative order with Jaz'Zara. And Jaz'Zara is going to move past both Val and Asha. And she's going to go towards this other creature. She doesn't particularly want to stop by the burning tree. So as she moves past these two cinnamon bun squirrels on either ledge, she's going to... One of them is going to take an opportunity attack on her because it's closer to her. Yeah, so you watch this cinnamon bun squirrel launch itself off of this ridge onto Jaz'Zara and just lands right on her shoulder, and it is going to try and take a bite out of Jaz'Zara.
Can I shoot at it with my crossbow?
Can you aim and not hit Jazz?
I could damn well try.
So, it only
Listen,
gets
I would rather you go up and try and pick it off her shoulder than that, because I trust that action more. So you don't kill Jazz. We need her.
So,
okay, then instead of that, can I just go up to Jazz?
It's not your turn. It's not. It's not your turn, young lady. This creature is attacking Jaz'Zara. So the cinnamon squirrel only gets a 13 to hit, which doesn't hit. So as it tries to bite at her, like it bites like the edge of like her armor and is over there like trying to gnaw on it, like, and Jaz'Zara is just kind of looking at this like squirrel that is now on her. She's like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? And instead of trying to deal with the remaining snowman, Jaz'Zara is going to try and do. She's going to try and grab the squirrel and just throw it off of her before it tries to eat her. And, let's see. Yeah, that's not great. Yeah, she only gets a 10 in total, so she reaches for this squirrel to, like, throw it off of her, and it just, like, scurries to her other shoulder, and it's now, like, trying to, like, bite into her bow. And, yeah, she's just going to turn and look at you both like, what the fuck is happening? What is happening right now? And
I wish I knew.
Yeah, and that's Jaz'Zara's turn because she couldn't throw the thing off of her. That is all of the squirrels' turns now. So
all of them.
So the The one that's on Jaz'Zara, I will say will go first. It's going to try and attack her again. That hits, so it's going to roll it with a whole 1 damage, which is great. They don't do a lot of damage, but there's a lot of them, and it's mostly by itself, so it doesn't get bonuses.
Oh my god.
There's another one over there by you, Realm, and it's gonna go for you. This squirrel launches itself out of this burning tree, so like it's a little bit of a smoking cinnamon roll squirrel.
Avast!
And it's
Do I,
Cinnamon
do
roll.
I get an opportunity attack on it?
It is launching itself from the sky, but with an 8, significantly misses you and just slams itself into the snow. And you just see a little bit of like a smoke come out of it as the snow puts the on fire part of the cinnamon squirrel out. So you don't have to worry about that squirrel. And Asha and Val, you hear 2 more squirrels coming. They're going to come up beside you, and one of them's going to go for each of you. So that
Well, I didn't have cinnamon squirrels on my bingo card today.
That's fair. Asha, this one gets a 17 to hit you, so I do believe that'll hit you. But Val, the other one gets a 4. So the one that goes for Val just kind of like it like launches itself, misses, but it's just kind of like hanging now at the end of your quarterstaff, with its like teeth embedded into your quarterstaff, and now you just have a cinnamon squirrel at the end of your quarterstaff.
Look, another tchotchke.
And Asha, you are going to take 4 points of damage from that squirrel.
That's a lot from a squirrel.
Yeah, it did like max damage to you for like a squirrel.
Wow.
All right,
That is pathetic.
and they just start screaming and chittering at you, and they are angry little shits. And Val, that's your turn.
As a bolt sticking
Well,
out of his side.
Val's already.
Does damage.
Val's having a bad day. We know this. So
Val's
with these
having a
angry
bad
things chittering at her, Val wants to walk up to the one that launched itself at Asha, pick it up, and just tear into it.
You want to try and bite this? Okay.
I want to take it off Asha and bite into it because I'm over it. Val's over it.
All right. You are going to make me an unarmed strike attack to grab it, so that you can try and bite it. Which for you is rolling a d20 plus 2.
You ever tried to grab a squirrel?
Yes.
At CSUN, actually, yes, I have.
No, the questions.
Especially
Answer
one that's
that
pissed
question,
off.
Yes.
How'd you do?
Is it just a 1? D20? Plus 2? 10.
10. Yeah, you definitely don't grab the angry squirrel. And it like runs from where it's like on one side of Asha, like to her other shoulder, and is now more or less hissing at both of you in a very
Was
very
that supposed to happen?
Get off my friend, you pest.
yeah. And anything else you'd like to do? You have movement, and I don't think you actually have bonus actions. Yeah, you just have sorcery points.
Can I try and grab it again and use chill touch?
No, you did your one attack, and that was trying
Okay.
to eat a squirrel.
Alright.
So, Asha, would you like to do something that's not eating a squirrel? Erin looks like she's in so much pain.
Because I don't want to launch a cannon of power right into my own face, I'm just gonna try and grab that sucker.
Sure.
Because he's latched onto my shoulder area, right? Yeah.
You go for it, girl.
And I'm
You
gonna
can
be like, "Look,
actually.
I'm sorry she tried to bite you, but you gotta go.
So, you are, as a Dampier, have a fanged bite attack. So, you feel like your fangs in your mouth start to grow, and like some of that vampire power like starts to surge in you, and you can roll me a d20 plus 5.
Also, it hasn't. Oh no.
If you
Rock
want to
cafe.
bite the squirrel and eat it, you will do better at it.
I know that's what it means, but do I want to bite? So that's a 23.
Yeah, you grab this squirrel, and if you want to use your vampire powers to bite it, you may. It tried to bite you first.
You know what? Just to rub it in to her, I'm going to. I'm going
All
to
right.
bite it. But in that when people say you're training dogs and you're supposed to like show them bite their ear kind of way. I
There
don't want
you
to
go.
eat it. I do not want to consume it.
You just want to use your vampire fangs just to like bite down into it. That's fine.
Right. Yeah.
Roll me 1d4 plus 3.
Come along. 5.
5. They weren't super strong squirrels, so you bite into it, you feel like this vampire like energy surge through you, and this cinnamon bun squirrel turns to ash. And you do have to kind of like, yeah, like it turns to cinnamon. How's that? And you just kind of go,
Turns to cinnamon!
It's kind of like the pine cones with the cinnamon on. It's a little strong.
There you go. So you have officially defeated one of these angry squirrels. All right. Anything else you wanted to do, Asha? You want to move or anything like that?
I'm watching this tree, and I would like to move farther away from it. I mean,
Okay.
So can I run up right behind where Jazz is?
Sure. The one that's on, if you stay on this side of the path, this one is currently occupied with Jaz'Zara, so you don't have to worry about the other one.
Okay.
That one's by my feet, right?
Yeah, this is the one that launched itself basically in the snow next to
Scrat.
This is scratch.
it. Yeah, more or less. More or less. Okay, Ram, that is your turn. You still have this snowman, and you have a squirrel that hasn't succeeded in much.
Now that you've said that, now I want this thing as a pet.
Oh no, not another one that wants pets. Scrat the squirrel.
What would you like to do?
Originally, I was just gonna like stick my rapier through it and like shish kebab it
Okay.
and then eat it.
What is with this group putting things in their mouth?
But
Go ahead.
I'm just sitting here like, do I even want to try? My animal handling is at 0. It's not gonna work. I already know. I'm just gonna stab it.
Okay. You can go ahead and roll an attack for the at the squirrel.
Is it prone? What'd you say?
Yeah, it's kind of wedged. It rolled an 8. It wedged itself in that snow pretty good, so you can have advantage.
Alrighty. So, you said advantage, right?
Yeah.
Because I one of those was a 1. Okay, so 17 plus 6.
Yep, you definitely hit this thing.
And then my sneak attack also applies.
Yep, go for it.
Advantage. So, D8. So that's a 7.
7. And you, like, skewer this thing, because they only have, like, 5 hit points worth of energy. So you stab it. Now you have a cinnamon bun squirrel stuck on the end of your rapier, and as it kind of bursts into cinnamon, it kind of, like, covers your whole rapier in cinnamon. Poof.
He's glad he didn't eat it. He would have done the cinnamon challenge and find out how badly that goes for people.
Yes, exactly. Okay.
And he's basically going to go, huh. And then he's going to now shoot at the snowman again.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me an attack.
So this is his crossbow. And that's a 1.
These dice are not happy with you today.
Well, you
I've
launched.
used them a long time. They're not happy with how things have gone.
So you launch your crossbow bolt at it, and it zooms past it as the creature kind of like pops around angrily and screaming and yelling at everyone. And it is now its turn.
Its turn.
Yes. So now Jaz'Zara and you are both, Raum is both standing there. So it is going to try and attack you, Raum, because you're the one who keeps trying to attack it. So that's a 19 to hit you, Raum, so it is going to hit you for...
So this is a squirrel attacking me? I kind of missed that.
No, this is the snowman. He's attacking you.
Oh, okay.
And he gets you for 4 points of damage.
Ouch. Okay, sorry.
And I will now roll for the tree, which is doing increasingly worse.
As things on fire tend to do.
And you see some of the on fire branches like start to fall like down and like through the tree and stuff like that. This tree looks like it will not survive much longer. Metagaming a little bit, this tree has 5 hit points left, and it's taking a d6 of damage every round. So, hopefully for you guys, it rolls.
So the odds are not good.
The odds are terrible.
The odds are not in our favor.
Listen, what's going to happen is inevitable. It's just how bad it is when it happens.
And which direction it falls in is really going to be fun for you guys.
Great.
So, back at the top of the initiative order with Jaz'Zara, who is going to try and stab this squirrel that's on her shoulder with one of her daggers, because she's tired of this. She's like, I don't know what the hell is going on, but I am not happy. And that is a... she does hit, no, barely, but she does hit the one that's on her shoulder. For 4 points of damage, she stabs it, and this really irritating thing, like it is trying to chew on her bow, so she kind of like extended her bow away from herself a little bit to make the squirrel like lean forward with it, and she stabs it with the dagger and gets blasted in the face with a bunch of cinnamon as the squirrel disappears. And she's like, what the fuck kind of creature is this?
Yeah, they wouldn't be really... Would they be familiar with squirrels?
I feel like Jaz'Zara has been to the surface, so she may have seen a squirrel before. None of you have seen a squirrel, but absolutely none of you have seen one that looks and smells like a pastry. So, that's Jaz'Zara's turn. She doesn't have any turns. Yeah, she doesn't have any bonus actions at the moment. And now it is the squirrel's turn. And there's only one, and it's the one that has its fangs sunk into the end of Valkyria's staff. So Valkyria, it is going to try and attack you again, dear. It does not, but it only rolled a 3. It launches itself, and now it is just a little further up your staff. And it's just yelling at you, like, Keek! So, you just have a squirrel at the end of your staff. It's not managing anything, but it's there. So.
Can I just, like, whack it off?
Can I whack it? Yeah.
Whack it into a tree? I don't know, just to get it off.
It is now your turn, so if you would like to try and, like, you can use a quarterstaff attack to try and just, like fling it or slam it into the ground if you'd like.
Now, the question is, do I want to slam it into the ground or the tree, or do I want to just set off burning hands again and just incinerate it?
Kind of a waste for something you know is that small. I will say, if you fling it, I will make you roll let's say a dexterity check to see if you hit the tree, and if you hit the tree is going to take damage. Or you can just, like, whack it into the ground.
I want to fling it into the tree. Can I fling it into the burning tree?
That's what I'm saying. If you fling it into the burning tree will take damage.
Okay, so dexterity... 19.
Okay. So you take the squirrel on the end of your staff, and you fling it into that tree, and your quarterstaff damage is a d6. So, my dear, roll me a d6 to see how much damage you do, not only to this squirrel, but this tree.
Alright. 1.
I don't know how much damage a squirrel would do to a tree if you like zipped it into it really hard,
But this tree is already on its last legs.
It is. So you do 1 point of... This squirrel is... actually, you know what? I'm going to roll and see if the squirrel catches fire. How's that? Because you flew it into something that is in an inferno. The squirrel does not catch fire. It rolled a 15. So it hits the tree, and it takes 1 point of damage. And it has decided that you are not worth it because you threw it into a flaming tree. However, this tree is now very hurt. And Asha, it's your turn. What would you like to do? There's still this snowman in front of you.
I'm going to be whipping some sacred flame at it.
Okay. I'll roll a dex check for it. It fails, so you can go ahead and roll your 1d8 damage for sacred flame. 7? And you throw this fireball in your hand, and you fling it, and it, like, this creature is just bouncing around very unhappily, and just as it goes to land, after it's bounced up, you hit it, like, directly in the center, and the center snowball just poofs and melts. And when its top snowball lands into the bottom snowball, it just poofs into this giant flurry of snow, and it is dead.
Huzzah!
And
Good
did
Lord.
you? Now this is important. I'm going to leave you guys an initiative because of what might happen next. So he is gone. Now, Asha, would you like to move?
What do you mean, gone? He just.
He poofed. I
He
poofed.
poofed.
I poofed
Oh,
him.
I thought you. I got lost. I thought you poofed a squirrel.
No, I poofed the snowman. Let's see. Where? Yeah.
You are
let me-
in this like little ravine thing with a burning tree, like up.
Yeah, I want to get the hell away from the tree. So can I move closer to the enclosure thing?
Sure.
Maybe
And
not all the way to it, but closer to.
do you want to move like off to the side, away
Yes,
from the tree?
that looks good. That looks
Okay.
safe.
I am going to leave you guys in initiative still. It is Realm. It is your turn. The other squirrel enemy ran off, but because this is the same turn that is likely the last legs of this tree's life, would you like to move anywhere? You know you are directly below where this burning tree is.
I am.
Yes,
Here.
this tree here that's directly above you that is on fire.
I thought it was the one on the left,
No, we've been on the one on the right.
which is why I moved.
Nope, it's the
Alright.
white one.
Okay, so I moved further under the tree. Cool. All right, so yeah, he's also going to move like to the enclosure.
Okay. You want to move like over here?
Okay, so if I'm there, can I see inside of it now?
The doors and the walls to it are taller than you. You'll have to try and climb up it if you would like, which I will let you try to. Like, I would say you probably use about 15 feet of your movement. You can try and climb up it if you would like. I'll make you make a strength check to climb up the wall if you want to try and do that.
Okay. Can I do an acrobatics check?
Sure, I'll let you do an acrobatics check. That's fine.
Okay, because that is much more advantageous to me.
Sure.
Please don't be a 1 anyway. An 8.
An 8. You probably get about. You just get up onto the wall, maybe about 5 feet up it, but you haven't managed to get to very far up it or to a point that you can see over it at this point.
Okay.
Yeah. Anything else you'd like to do for your turn?
Can I call into the enclosure?
Sure.
Just like, is anyone in there? We've come to save you. What
And
was his name? Igor? No. The guy we're looking for.
Ethro.
Ethril, is that you?
And you hear like the sobbing that has been continuous throughout this kind of pause for a moment, and then you hear a very loud but very old sounding voice that yells, but it's a female voice, and it yells, "Who's there? Who's there?" And at this point, I'm going to roll for the tree to see what happens to this tree. Oh, it only had 4 hit points, and that's a 5. So I'm gonna roll.
Everybody do your quick math.
I'm gonna roll for the direction that this tree falls in. It's 1 will be backwards and away from you guys. 2 will be to the right. 3 will be to the left, and then 4 it's gonna go
Right
forward.
towards us.
Yep. Oh yeah,
You could do an 8 and like the sides of a compass.
that's true. But I'm gonna go with the 4 that lands directly forward. And is it this? You watch this massive tree that's on this 10-foot ledge. It is burning. Some of the branches are falling off it, and you hear this huge crack sound. And you all can turn around and watch as this gigantic tree turns like slightly and it sways, and it like you're not sure which way it's gonna go before it crashes and it falls forward. And when it falls, it hits the gate of this enclosure, bursting it open in the process.
I'm so glad I went to the left.
And
So I'm clinging to the wall and I go, to answer a question, it is I, Ra! And then it's BAM!
and then this thing just bursts open, and
So I
just
get like thrown off of it.
no, you weren't very far. You could like pop down off of the because you were on the wall part, not the door part, so you were safe from any like flame or anything either. And as there's this silence that echoes after this door is burst open, and you then hear like crunching of something walking along the snow, and all of you can see as what pokes its head out of this massive enclosure is the head of a giant gingerbread dragon.
I got my dragon finally.
But
And-
like,
Gingerbread.
It is made entirely of gingerbread, icing, and gumdrops and other miscellaneous candies. And it sticks its head out and it goes, "Oh, hello," in a very sweet and soft tone as it looks at all of you. So you guys have defeated these snowmen, some cinnamon bun squirrels, and as you're looking into this giant enclosure where you've been hearing whimpering and crying come from, after setting a tree on fire, the tree has crashed through the gates, and sticking its head now out through the open gateway, you see a gigantic dragon made of gingerbread and icing, and she has gumdrops on her spread throughout like her body. She's got like other like candy cane pieces, some licorice here and there, and she's massive, and like clearly when she was in this enclosure, and that she had like is very confined in it because it's very clear that it's hard for her to move around, and she like pokes her head out and she looks at all of you, and surprisingly in a language that you understand, what you think is undercommon, she says to all of you, "Well, hello there, dears, and how are you?"
I'm gonna say that Raum doesn't actually see it because he's still clinging to the wall. And he goes, "Nice to meet you, fair lady.
Oh,
I am Raum of
young
House
man.
Telena."
Oh, a sweet young man. And where? And then she sticks her head much further out, and then she turns and she looks at you. And from where you are, like she puts her head level with you, and there is a gigantic dragon face in your face.
made of gingerbread and frosting.
Yes.
With like what looks like a gumdrop nose.
Yes.
His smile remains on his face, but it's like
Cracking a little.
he was not expecting this.
It's fair. And Jaz'Zara, who was standing there, she goes, "Okay. Hello. Who are you? Who are you?"
Val is just happily swishing her tail because there's a fucking dragon in front of
I
her.
just see her going like,
And this giant dragon turns and like she looks at all of you and like she regards each of you and she's like, "Well, I've been known as many things over many years, but more than anything, people now just call me Grandma." And you hear this little chittering noise, and these two little itty bitty gingerbread baby dragons poke their heads out from underneath her wings, and both of them look at you. There's one under each wing, and they just start chittering at you, and
at which point even Asha loses her composure and like drops to one knee and says, "Babies!"
And you hear they chitter, and like they are chittering back and forth to each other and then to her. They're not saying anything in a language that you understand, but because they might not be old enough to communicate in mortal languages. But she just kind of hushes and she's like, "Oh, shush now, little ones. It's all right. These kind young people have rescued us." And she kind of like starts to like shove down the tree a little bit, and like a massive clawed hand just stomps directly, like, breaking this on fire tree into ash as she stomps out. And you notice as she moves, she keeps below the top of this enclosure, and as you look at it, like where she kind of like grazes it, you see something shimmer, and there was clearly like a magical field like keeping her in. And she kind of starts to shuffle her way out of it. She doesn't get more than like her shoulders out because this is a very small space and like you're all standing there. If she goes any further, she will step on you. But she puts her face directly like in each of your faces, kind of like giving you a look. And she's like, "And what are your names?"
I'm Asha Kel.
"Well, hello, Asha. And she like
Good to
sticks
meet
her
you, grandmother.
face very much like in your face, and which is so much bigger than you are, just as a whole. And then she'll move over to Jaz'Zara, who just kind of like puts a hand up, like, "Hello, I'm Jaz'Zara, Telena of House Telena, and you are very large." And the dragon kind of laughs, and she's like, "Indeed, indeed." And then she turns over to Valkyria.
It's a dragon!
And she'll chuckle at you, and she's like, "Indeed, I am." And she kind of like shakes a little bit and tries to like stand a little taller. She's like, "Now it's been a while since I've done many dragony things." And she kind of chuckles to herself and to you. She's like, "Well, you know, once upon a time, many, many years ago, I was a great and mighty dragon, and I might have terrorized a town or two, but those were the old days."
Your idol.
She's like, "Now I knit lovely sweaters for my grandchildren." And as these little grandchildren like of hers like kind of like come out under her wings and are like crawling on her back, you notice they're wearing knitted licorice sweaters.
Oh, where are the parents?
Well, they were my little grandkids here. They don't get to visit very often, you see. So they were staying with me for some time before these rude creatures trapped us in this cage. It was very, very much lacking in any kind of manners. And you see she kind of like stomps on the remains of a little bit. She's like, "Rude boys, rude." And she's like, "That is not how I would have raised my children." And she's like, "But that's not really to be, you know, much of a surprise, considering everything here has been getting worse over the years since, you know, he took over. And unfortunately, things like this are not uncommon anymore." And then she puts her face directly in Valkyria's face, and she is going to stick her tongue out and lick you. It just like all over your face. And she's like, "You know," she kind of goes, "You don't taste like you're from here. Everyone here tastes kind of sweet." And she kind of like swishes the fact that she's covered in candy. And she's like, "Are you from the other plane?" And
By other plane, do you mean under the ground? Because yes.
she's like, "Well, I imagine some might be, but I meant a different plane of existence. We've had a couple of visitors from there recently."
Nope, we're from on the Underdark.
Give me an Arcana check. With advantage, now that she has said this.
Okay. Nat 20 plus 4, 24.
You are looking around this space. Now, Jaz'Zara has snuck you and Asha to the surface before to look at the surface. Mm-hmm. This world and its creatures are nothing like what you would expect. This dragon is made of gingerbread, and it clicks to you why nothing here looks quite right or familiar. That you might have fallen through a portal to a different plane of existence. And this grandma gingerbread dragon looks at you and she says, "If you're not from here, my dears," and she looks over all of you, and you're very much not candy or sweet like fishes, "then you will need to be careful. If you spend too much time here, you too will start to turn into candy." And she says, "I wasn't always made of this lovely, delicious gingerbread. She says, I was once a bronze dragon from your mortal plane. And over time, my scales slowly turned to cookie. And if you stay here for too long, so, my dears, will you. And once you fully turn to candy, you will not be able to leave."
Great.
So Realm processes all this, and then he asks the most pertinent question. As the only person who's not been to the surface, he goes, "You mean the surface isn't covered with gingerbread squirrels?"
No. Zara will be the one who will answer you. Is like, "I've seen some weird things on the surface, but not this weird."
This is a different caliber.
Yeah. And Jaz'Zara will also say, "Ethro has been here longer than we have. We need to make sure we hurry up and find him." And the she'll turn to the gingerbread dragon and she'll say, "Have you seen anyone come through here perhaps with a prisoner as of late?" And the grandmother dragon says, "Oh, if somebody's been taken, then they were likely taken to the toy factory. And it's a bit of a ways from here." She said, "However," and she kind of steps up out further of this enclosure, kind of forcing you all to move a little bit, and she kind of puts two of her front legs up on this giant rock and looks over out into the space that you came from, and she kind of looks around a little bit, and then she says, "There it is. But if you need to get to the toy factory, I know how to get you there a little faster." And she points over with her giant dragon snout, and he says, "You see that giant pile of snow over there? I do believe there's something we can use buried underneath it. Why don't you go check it out?"
I was really hoping for a dragon ride. Okay.
So, "Well, I've got these two little ones on me. I'm afraid I can't give a full ride, but I can see if I can help you. Go see if it's still intact. Shoo-shoo now. Shoo-shoo."
All right, I'm shooing.
And you guys, are you gonna make your way out of this enclosed little area?
Yeah, I'm gonna go towards where she pointed.
Mm-hmm,
Okay.
Definitely.
And she pointed over in this direction, and she's able to move out of this enclosure space, and she doesn't stand in this little space, but she kind of stands on top of all of this as she towers over everything.
Yeah.
And all of you can roll me a perception check, please.
19.
11.
14.
Okay. Ram, you're the one who notices this. There's a weirdly shaped pile of snow that's over a little bit in the distance, and if you can see on the map, it's this weird shaped snow area over here. And you guys can go investigate that if you would like.
Yes, please.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where I'm going.
You point that out, and everybody kind of makes their way over to it, and you start shoving some of the snow away. And she's like, "Yes, yes, dear, right there, right there." And as you uncover it, you uncover what is a very large wooden sleigh.
Oh, huzzah!
And
Huzzah, indeed.
And she says, "I do believe the ropes are still there. Check for me, dears." And you start digging around, and there's these very long ropes attached to the front of it, and she says, "Yes, that'll do." And she steps out of this whole enclosure, kind of knocks a couple of trees out of her way, flaps her gigantic gingerbread wings, and lifts herself up and lands smack dab in the middle of the space you guys were just in, all throughout here. And she says, "Go ahead and tie that to my back, and I'll be happy to give you a little lift." All
right.
Time is of the essence, because if you stay here much longer, you won't be able to leave. So let's get you lovely little ones along your way.
I don't want to explain to my mother why I'm covered in gumdrops.
Well, you won't get the chance. Let's go. So how do we get it up on top of her? Do we have to use magic hand or?
You'll tie the ropes to where her wings meet, and then she's going to fly through the air, pulling the sleigh behind her.
Okay. So do we need to roll anything for this? Or?
If you guys want to tie these ropes to her, we'll make sure we do it securely. So everybody can make me a to tie the ropes well. Let's everyone make a sleight of hand check, and we'll do this as a group roll. So
13.
16.
22.
22, and Jaz'Zara got a 14. Okay, so you go around and you tie the ropes. You do have to climb up on her a bit, and she doesn't mind. She kind of settles closer to the ground, so you can climb up. And it's easy because the icing that outlines all of her scales make it easy for you to use as stairs and little ladders to climb up over her. And as you climb around her, the little gingerbread baby dragons kind of chirp at you, and they'll kind of crawl around you, but they're careful not to touch you because they still don't know you, and they're a little skittish. But they kind of come up to you, they'll sniff you, and then they'll dart away, and then they'll come back and they'll sniff you, and then they'll dart away.
With their little swords.
And you notice that they have little names emblazoned in them in different colored licorice.
Okay, but what are the names?
One is Gum and the other one is Drop.
Oh.
Ow.
Ram does not care.
And
Ram's a boy.
Yeah. So as you guys tie these off,
Realm likes the dragons. Hayden is like, ow. How adorable.
And Ram, you do go and double check everybody's knots to make sure like they're tied correctly and everything. And you guys like get this gigantic sleigh attached to this even larger dragon. And she says, "Well, climb aboard, dears. We've got a lot of ground to cover very quickly now." And she kind of leans close to you all and she says, "Do hold on. This gets a little bumpy."
Val is just sitting at the very front of the sleigh, like just clutching the front and looking out over because I'm just in. She is just elated,
and absolutely no one is arguing with her because because they have to sit way far back because that tail is just going in happy swishes.
That is just like a blade spinning behind her.
And everyone's like, "I am not getting hit with that today. Thank you."
Jaz'Zara's
Realm has one hand on the side of the sleigh, the other on his hat.
Priorities.
Jaz'Zara's gonna pull out some rope and she's gonna tie it to like each end of the sleigh in the back and in the front, and just like, you guys might want something to hold on to
for a seatbelt.
Yeah, so she ties everybody in, including Valkyria, who I imagine is not paying attention as Jaz'Zara like ties her into this.
She does not care. She's happy that she's about to fly with a dragon.
Yep. So you guys all like
Christmas wish.
You all get tucked in, and you're on the back of the sleigh in front of this gingerbread dragon, and she turns her head and she looks at you, she's like, "All right, hold on," and she beats her massive wings, and like all of the snow that's on a bunch of these trees comes down, like the branches sway. You hear a couple of like smaller trees break, and she begins to lift herself off into the air, and just your sleigh jerks really hard as it is flung upwards into the air after her. And all of you can make me a strength saving throw with advantage because you have the seatbelt.
9.
5.
It was an 8.
Dear God! Everybody rolled like shit. Just got a 13. You're like holding on to this rope and you get like flown backward. Now, Valkyria is tied in to this thing, and like everybody else is seatbelted into their spots. Val, you like come up off the sleigh a little bit, and you're kind of like, kite style flying up.
Valkyria is just whooping with joy.
I imagine this is quite like Tower of Terror, where everybody like lifts.
Yep. And I'm literally going, woo!
And so you are gonna get banged around a lot for.
It's fine. Val don't care. Val's flying.
You're gonna get banged around for 2 points of damage because I'm gonna give you damage for that one. The rest of you are like, you're like in this seat and you have this rope in front of you. Make me a roll me a dexterity check to see if you have to make a grab for any of your stuff as it tries to fly off of you.
Me too, or no?
No, not you. You're flying.
Okay.
9.
9.
9. Asha, your bag that's attached to you it's like a satchel style, and it starts to fly up, and it fully just smacks you in the face as it flies around. And it goes like flying around, and you just take a face full of bag. Ram, your hat is going to try and fly out of your hands and try and fly away from you. So I'm going to have you, you can, if there's anything specific you want to do to try and keep a hold of it, let me know, because you have one hand on the sleigh and one hand on the hat. If you let go of the sleigh, it'll be harder for you to stay in it, but I'll let you grab a hold of your hat.
He wants to keep his hat.
Okay, so you let go, and so you're kind of like shifting around a lot more, and you're gonna take 1 point of damage for like getting thrown around in there. You don't fly out because you are you're all like seatbelt roped in, but because you let go, you were able to hold on to your hat. So, and you're all now flying so high, higher than any of you have ever been in this very strange land, in like a dark sky, and you look up and there's a moon that's up there. However, it is a giant red and white swirl of a peppermint candy moon.
Aww.
And you look off to your left of you, and there's these giant mountains that they look like they're made out of gumdrops. And there's you look at the snow that's on top of it, but you notice it's a little drippy, like it's icing instead of snow in some places. And you see a river that's going on below you that is suspiciously brown, that looks like chocolate. And some of the trees you notice are swirls of red and white. And there's just an interesting landscape that reminds some of you of the surface if you had made the surface out of dessert. And it's...
Now I want to ask, since everything here is made of dessert, does that mean everything is edible? Can I walk up to a tree that is, red and white and just snap off a branch and eat it because it's peppermint?
Everything is eatable.
Did you... yeah, technically you could do that to a regular tree. Do you ask Grandma Dragon that?
Yeah, why not?
She says, well, since you're still of the mortal plane, I imagine you could take a little bit of a bite out of something. However, once you go back to the mortal plane, whatever it was before, it'll turn into the equivalent of your own plane. So if you take a bite out of one of our peppermint trees, are the trees where you're from edible by chance? Because it's going to be a gamble of whether or not what it turns back into is something that's going to be okay for you to eat.
Noted. I will keep my tongue where it belongs.
Thank you. Thank you.
Something hard to do for now. And so you guys are flying for a little while, maybe 20, 30 minutes, and she's going very quickly, very quickly. It's very cold, but it is extremely beautiful. And all of you roll me a perception check, please.
7.
9.
13. You're making me regret not putting any points in perception. or wisdom, that is.
Particularly with Raum, as you're holding onto your hat. You look at your hat and you notice the color in it is starting to change, and so are some of the details. You notice that along the brim of the hat, what was this probably a leatherwork look to it before, is starting to have this white tint to it. It almost looks like it's got a layer of icing dripping down on top of it. And as you look over at everyone else, you notice similar little candyification instances that are happening to them. Valkyrie, your coat that you wear is now a peppermint swirl of red and white. And Asha, you notice that particularly as you're looking at everything you have, your dagger is that's not metal anymore. That is definitely cookie.
Yeah, I just had a thought. It'd be really easy to turn Raum into a nutcracker. The teeth and the constant smile.
So you do notice, and then with Jaz'Zara, the bow that she has is starting to get a very interesting licorice pattern to the actual bow part of it. And she's kind of looking at it and she'll smell it, and it smells like licorice, and she's like, oh god, I hope I don't have to eat my bow at some point.
Don't do it, Jazz.
She's
Unless you need a little extra fiber on the other side, don't do it.
She's like, I really hope we don't have to stay here so long that we need food. Did anybody bring food? And none of
fucking Ethro and meddling with shit he wasn't supposed to.
And is there anything specific you'd like to do while you're in the air?
No.
Not really. Raum just kind of goes, Madam Dragon, I don't mean to rush you, but we have begun to turn into candy.
She's like,
can you please go faster?
This would be quite inconvenient.
then we had best pick up the pace. And all of a sudden she beats her wings even harder, and you just zoom. Val, you were kind of like floating through you slam into this sleigh. You just have to like dig your claws into the sides. You just get like thrown around.
Takes a bit of a gut punch.
Yeah. And Jaz'Zara, as your tail is like whipping around, Jaz'Zara's gonna reach out and like grab your tail to keep you fully flying off if this rope breaks. And you are just going at breakneck speeds. It's so cold, but you are zipping through this air. And as you come in, you notice the grandma dragon starts to turn a little bit, and there's this gigantic building in front of you. And she says, "Be prepared, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to make quite the landing." And she just zips, like almost nosedives straight into the ground. And she's zipping like faster and faster. Yeah, Val, you're just flinging every which way. And she's going to make, she comes up into the front of this building and just slams right into the ground. And all of you can once again make me a strength saving throw, please.
Nope. That's a 2.
That's a 4.
15.
Okay, so Asha, you managed to you've got a hold of the seat next to you, and you've braced yourself really hard, and probably partially with Jaz'Zara, who got a 21, and she's Jaz'Zara has one arm wrapped around the edge of the sleigh, and her other arm is wrapped around you, and you guys are both just bracing yourselves really hard, and you jerk when you hit, but you don't get thrown around too much. Val and Karia, who's just not strapped in at all. Val, when the sleigh hits, you get thrown upwards and then down as you just go splat like a little pancake onto the top of this thing. And you're gonna take 2 points of damage for that one. Lovely. And Raum, you're gonna take 1 point of damage because you are still sitting. So.
And Val just shoots back up, going, "Whoa, that was amazing!"
And the grandma dragon kind of shakes herself to get some of the cold off of her and everything, and she says, "Okay, dears, unfortunately this is as far as I can take you, but if someone took somebody from your plane into this world of ours, then they likely took them here because this is where he lives, and unfortunately there isn't anything I can do against him, because unfortunately anything I would do against him if I failed to defeat him, and it would come back on my little grandchildren." And you see the little dragons, they chitter a little bit, and she's like, "Unfortunately that's just not something I can risk, so what happens from here on out is all on you, I'm afraid."
Understood.
And,
Madam Dragon, he says, rubbing his side. I hate to inconvenience you once more, but I'm not quite fond of the pronoun game. Who is he?
That would be the creature, the entity that rules this place now after he overthrew our last ruler not that long ago. I'm afraid we don't say his name, unfortunately.
Voldemort!
As it has been known to summon him if he's there. Very much Voldemort rules. Unfortunately, I dare not say it lest he appear, so you'll have to find out when you meet him. I'm so sorry, dears.
Great.
But in true appreciation of what you've done for me and my little grandchildren here, let me give you these. And she produces her claw forward, and there are 4 decently sized gumdrops. They're probably large enough to fit in the palm of your hand. And she says, if you eat these, I believe they have the effect of what you call a long rest if you eat one.
Okay.
So, might save it for a opportune moment, but if you're a little injured, you might want to be able to use it now. Depending on how you're doing with your injuries and your spell slots, for those of you who have spell slots. But she says, we'll be here when you succeed. I hope you succeed. But if you don't, then I'm terribly sorry. And thank you ever so much. And she gives each of you a little pat on the head, which really is harder than she intends it to be, and almost throws you to the ground, but you all kind of just brace yourselves. Just okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You go with the gumdrop.
And in front of you is a gigantic doorway, and leading into a building that you now know is called the Toy Factory. Would you like to make your way to the Toy Factory, or is there anything else you'd like to do?
I think I would like to eat that gumdrop right now.
Sure,
Me
go for
too.
it.
Me too.
Okay. All right, so you guys can go ahead and reset everything, your health, your spell slots, and get all that back. Is Asha going to eat hers now, or she's going to?
Yeah, I guess I might as well. I do have a healing potion still in my bag.
Me too.
Okay.
I will eat this gumdrop.
Okay. Jaz'Zara.
Actually, like if you want a meta game, you could use your healing spells and then you eat the gumdrop and you'll get it back, and then like probably you could get us all back at full.
Yeah, do that.
Can I do that?
Yeah.
What he just
You
said?
can do that. You can heal
Okay.
people first.
Oh, okay.
And because like for Asha, if you're gonna go through your remaining, you have 2 remaining spell slots, and so if you want to use those last 2 to heal up anyone, Valkyria, how many?
Can it be used? Can it be used in battle?
Yes, it takes an action to eat it.
Okay.
It'll just be 1 action to eat the gumdrop, but yes, you can eat it in battle.
Or if you wanted to wait on it, you could get 6 spells, right? So you would use your last 2, then eat the thing, and then you'd get your 4 back later. How much do we heal during a long rest?
You'll heal to full.
Okay, so then you don't need to use your healing spells first.
Okay. So we all just eat it now, or what's... how's that work?
It's
I
up
think
to you.
Asha and Valkyria, you've both only used 1 spell slot so far, I
Okay.
believe. Because the other things have all been cantrips. If you want to... Now, Val and Asha, what's your health at the moment?
7.
Mine's at 12.
Mine, I believe, is at 6,
Okay.
which is less than half of my max, so like I definitely want to heal before we do anything else.
Then I would definitely recommend it for Realm and for Valkyria. I would say Asha, hang on to it, because you still have 2 spell slots you haven't used yet.
Sure.
Or you can... yeah, I would recommend Asha hang on to it until you use those spells, and then eat it. So.
Okay, so I have eaten
I
my
will put
my
it in
gumdrop.
my
Yeah.
pouch
So,
for now.
Valkyria, you're back up to full. You got all your spell slots and everything. Jaz'Zara is only down 3 hit points, so she's just gonna stay put. She doesn't feel like wasting any of her spells or anything like that for that. So, her very limited little ranger spells that she's got. But yeah, okay. So you guys approach this this doorway. It is as you approach it. Is there anything you'd like to do? Do you want to investigate it? Try the door handle? Kick it again?
Well,
Is there an alternate route into this besides the front door that is like that I can see?
You can. There's windows that are pretty high up. I would say probably about 15 feet up off of the ground. They are closed. They don't look like they open. They're just like fancy like store windows. But the everything else that you see, a lot of the building is covered by the trees and everything, but the door is the only real entrance that you see.
while you're thinking that one over, definitely because there's a an embargo on saying this person's name, I definitely want to investigate instead of going charging in there.
Meanwhile, Val just wants to go charging in and screaming, "Ethro, you bastard, where are you?"
Can I attempt to climb up the side and look at the windows?
Sure. You can go ahead and make me a strength check for that.
Can I say acrobatics?
Sure.
So that is a 13.
A 13.
Yeah.
It takes you like a hot minute to get up there because you're trying not to slip because the building is like covered in like a little bit of snow and ice here and there. But you do manage to climb your way up to this window, and as you look in there, it's a very large room as a whole. But there's toys just scattered everywhere. There's a giant chandelier in the middle that has been broken and has fallen on the floor. And to the right, there is a very large closed door. And there's a desk that sits in the center of the room with a chair behind it. And it kind of looks like a reception desk, but it is empty.
Okay, and so is there anything like on the other side of the window? Like a balcony or anything like that sort?
No, it's just the wall that goes down into the room.
All right. Do I see any movement in there?
Give me a perception check.
Nat 20.
Nat 20. There is nothing in this room that is moving whatsoever.
Alrighty.
There does look like there was an altercation of some kind in here because the chandelier has fallen and like boxes of like toys and things have been flung everywhere. But you do notice that everything is covered in a bit of a layer of dust. Like this is all very old.
So
All
it
right.
wasn't recent, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm gonna relay all this to them.
Okay.
Say there's nothing moving in there. Looks like quite a scuffle, but it must have been a long time ago.
Perfect. On we go.
no!
Jaz'Zara is
So-
going to fully grab Val before she charges through the door, and she's like, why don't we check the door first?
Yes, I would like to check the door, check for booby traps, those kind of things.
I guess I'm gonna start making my way down.
Sure. Ashley, you're going to check for traps and all that fun stuff. You can either give me a perception check or an investigation check, whichever one is better for you.
Okay, I'm doing perception.
Okay?
19 plus 5 is 24.
All right. You look at the door and you notice, like as you're looking at it, there doesn't seem to be any traps in it. And as you kind of like try the door handle, it is surprisingly unlocked.
Oh, well, would you look at that, guys?
And it.
All right,
makes
who wants to go first?
terrible- like as it swings open, it makes a terrible squeaking noise as it comes open. Yeah, like that old door sound. And would you guys like to step into the room?
Yes.
Yeah.
I will let her go first because she's very eager.
Val shoving her way into the room. Jaz'Zara will kind of like branch off to the right a little bit as she like looks around the room. Val, I imagine, is just traipsing right into the middle of the room.
Val is making a beeline for the middle.
The very middle of the room.
The very middle of the room.
Okay. There's a giant desk that's sitting there. It's got like some papers and other things strewn about it, and the whole floor is covered in toys.
Yeah.
And
Val wants to investigate the desk.
I'm gonna go to the left where there's this barrel-looking thing.
sure,
I want to look at that. Is that a little vampire toy?
it is. It's a little vampire puppet.
Which, of course, she's drawn to
Of course.
because of her family.
Okay. Did you want to pick up the little vampire toys?
Yes, I do.
So you
And I kind of clutch it, like, even though I don't know anything about it, I just kind of clutch it and be like, "Aw."
It's it very much looks like the Count from Sesame Street,
Yes.
but it is like a hand puppet. So it's about
Okay.
the size of a little bit of your arm, and it is a hand puppet that looks a lot like the Count from Sesame Street.
So
Can I take it?
Sure, if you want to take it, you can totally take it with you.
I want it.
Jaz'Zara's gonna wander over to this giant door to look at it that's closed.
Raum's gonna approach the desk in the center.
Sure.
Is that an actual scroll on it?
Yes. So there is a scroll on it if you would like to look at that while Val investigates the rest of the desk.
Can I attempt to read the scroll?
Sure.
Is it in a language I know?
You look at it, and the interesting thing is you look at it, you watch the letters in it swirl around and change and reconfigure themselves, so that now they are in Undercommon. And it looks like this scroll will change itself based on the language of whoever reads it.
cool.
And as you read it, you notice it's it's kind of like an inventory list, and it has the toy factory written at the top, and it has like lists of how many sets of different types of toys that they have, and there's like boxes next to it. Some of them have check marks on it. It looks like somebody was using it perhaps to take inventory of the toys in the factory.
Uh-huh.
And Val, at the same time as you dig through the desk, you want to roll me an investigation check, please?
16.
16. Okay. You dig through the desk. There's some papers strewn about. They're all more or less like relating to the business operations of the whole toy factory. But there is one paper that you find that looks like it was just written hastily, like as a note. And it also shifts and changes from whatever language it was in before into Undercommon so that you can read it. And it simply reads, "He is growing stronger. The boss is starting to be worried. What do we do next?" And it looks like it was folded, so you think that maybe it was delivered to someone at some point.
He is getting stronger and the boss is worried.
And
That doesn't sound great.
yeah, it's kind of creepy sounding. Jaz'Zara is going to roll a investigation check of the door to see what she comes up with. She gets a whole 7. It's a door.
A whole 7. All right.
And she's gonna try the door, and it is locked, and she can't open it. And she says, "Can anybody figure out how to open this door by chance? It's locked."
Realm can try.
You gonna kick it again, Realm?
I have thieves' tools. They're very helpful on patrol.
And Jaz'Zara kind of like raises an eyebrow at you. She's like, have you been stealing from people on patrol?
It's amazing what you find out there.
Fair enough. She's like, I'm friends with Halkaria. Nothing should surprise me anymore.
Nope.
And you can go ahead and roll to see if you can get this door open.
Okay, would that be sleight of hand then?
Sleight of hand plus your proficiency bonus, yeah.
19.
19? So you take a moment and to fiddle with this lock. It looks very different from anything you've encountered before. And it takes you a hot minute to really just get into this, because this lock and this door, I'm assuming you've seen Harry Potter, right? And so in the 7th movie, they go to Gringotts, and when they go to unlock one of the vault doors, there's all these gears and everything behind it that shift and whirl around. And it all kind of, you can hear these clicking noises of these large gears that are in this door. And you take a minute, and as you're going through it, and it clicks, and the door swings open.
Alrighty. I guess he's going to be a little more careful, or because he has learned something about sticking his head through doors.
Fair. Fair.
It only took once.
Yeah. And Jaz'Zara will step up next to you as you guys start to look through the doorway. Are you standing in the doorway, or did you want to step into the room first?
I guess he'll take his rapier out and kind of stick it through the doorway to see if it gets pulled through.
Okay. So far, you stick your rapier through there, nothing happens. Seems like it is a normal doorway. And as you guys, you all have.
So he steps through in a ready stance in case he gets jumped.
Okay. You all have great dark vision. It is very dark in here as a whole. And you hear this whirl of metal gears turning. And as you look around, this entire room is full of conveyor belts that are slowly clacking as very old looking toys kind of just go on conveyor belts. And some of the conveyor belts go into different rooms that you can't see, but other ones just end and slowly piles of toys are just being dumped on the floor. And there's conveyor belts just absolutely everywhere. And I want
this is some Poppy playtime shit. I don't like where this is going.
Everyone can roll me a perception check, please.
19.
11.
I've been rolling good after 8. And
18.
now I jinxed myself.
All right, you all do pretty well. Jaz'Zara gets 19. As you're looking around the room, you can see on the very back of the room is very long, there's another doorway back there. And there's so many conveyor belts everywhere. Some of them are dumping toys and stuff like that. There's barrels and buckets and broken things all over the place. And you notice as you are looking around, you see some levers throughout the room, scattered here and there. And a couple of you, you really just step into the room, get a little closer to where this door is. I mean, Val's gonna charge in there. I know that.
Of course I am.
And you get a little closer to this gigantic door, which is the only other passageway in and out of here. And you notice it says the word Holly, and then the second word has just been smashed off with what looks like maybe like a pick or something. And the door is locked, and there's 2 lights that are on it. One of them is dark, and the other one is glowing red. And,
Guessing the other word wasn't jolly.
And as you look around, Asha, as you step around and you see one of these levers that's not that far from where you're standing, did you want to look at it by chance?
Absolutely. Let's investigate that one.
Sure. So you are looking at this little this little lever. It's a decent size. It's probably like a foot, and it is in the down position, and it has the letter Y, like marked above it.
Okay.
And all of you have spotted other levers across the room. There are 4.
Should we go see what the different ones say, like in case there's different letters? I don't know. Should we try that?
Val just wants to go pull whatever she sees.
Okay,
I knew you were gonna say. She's just gonna start pulling the levers without reading them.
Okay, I'm gonna assign you a lever.
Like, please read it first.
Can you do that for us?
Pull it,
Fine.
or something will try to kill us. Just read it. And for Valkyria's sake, there's one that was directly in front of the entrance a little ways. There's the one that Ash is standing at. Then there's 2 other ones, both on either sides of the doorway. One of them you have to duck under a couple of conveyor belts, and the other one you just have to duck under one. Where would you like to go, Val?
I'll go to the top right.
The top right? Okay.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Okay, so where your cursor is, there's like a square there. Is that a chest?
Over here? Yes,
Yeah.
it is. Would you like to investigate the chest?
Yes.
Okay. So you're going to move over closer to this chest. Go ahead and... now, are you just going to try and open it? Do you want to investigate it at all?
I'm gonna try and investigate it first.
Okay, roll me an investigation check, please.
15.
15. There is a lock that's on it. There doesn't seem to be anything too sinister about it, but you're careful, like, not to touch it or anything like that. But it is locked.
Okay, I want to try to open it.
Okay, go ahead and roll me your sleight of hand plus your proficiency bonus.
So 15.
15. Yeah, the lock pops off. You open it, and what is in it is a bunch of teddy bear heads, and just the heads.
Well, that's an unfun prize, isn't it?
And do you want to, like, dig around through it a little bit, or do you just want to see the teddy bear heads and be like,
I guess I'm gonna dig around to confirm that it is only teddy bear heads in this box.
And so you dig around, and there's probably like 15 teddy bear heads in this thing, and they
Damn.
like shift around. In it, at the very bottom, is engraved into the wood is a mark of like what look like this red and white hat that has like this little ball on the end of it, and it's been like slashed through.
Okay.
And there's wording beneath it, and it says "Ho ho no."
Ho ho no.
Did this also change it from whatever language it was in to Underdark? Not Undercommon?
Okay.
Yeah, as it shifts it.
And do the teddy bear heads look like they have been like torn off or like off?
Or were they
Yes.
just never... Okay.
Okay.
They look like they were.
Realm is just going to slowly close the lid. It's like,
Valid.
it's
I
just,
was
he
like,
doesn't know
no.
quite how to process this. He's just like, okay.
Yep.
Smile still in place.
It's like, okay. Val, you look
The corners are starting to twitch. He doesn't like this place.
yeah. It's very creepy. All
He's
the
starting to
toys that-
fray.
All the toys that are on the floor are super old, like worn, and just like kind of falling apart too. I don't know if you guys can see it based on the map, but like a lot of the toys are in pieces. Like there are dolls that there are heads and stuff like that. It's a thing. It's a whole event in and of itself.
I wouldn't want any of these for Hearts and hearts.
So Asha, for your own information, your lever is Y, and it's in the down position.
Okay.
Val, you walk over to the lever, and it is an L, and it is in the up position. And Jaz'Zara is going to duck over to this other one that's behind all these conveyor belts over here to take a look at that one. And that one is a J, and it is in the down position as well. Did you want to investigate around the last lever?
Sure.
Yeah, you see the last lever that's over here, and it has an O, and it's also in the down position.
Okay.
Okay, so you guys are looking at all these letters and levers. What would you like to do?
Can I
think I-
look underneath my lever? Like, can I can I look under it and see if there's anything written on the bottom of the levers before I touch it?
Sure, you can go ahead and give me a perception check for that.
Okay. That is 11. Oh no, I'm sorry, that was upside down. That was 14.
14. You don't really see anything. There's nothing engraved on this little lever box. It's all just steel for the most part. And there's the only wording of any kind on it is the letter Y that is directly above the lever.
Okay.
I say instead of wasting time and trying to figure out how to properly...
Wait, I think I have it.
Okay.
Now, this is just conjecture.
Okay.
Who is it, the J?
Jaz'Zara is.
Okay. I say, Jaz'Zara, you put the lever up. I'm at O again.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then I'll put mine up.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're at L.
I'm out. It's
Y.
already up.
I'm at Y.
So I got it. You're going to put the lever down and then back up.
Okay.
And then you will put the lever up.
Okay. Do we need to roll anything to follow with what he's saying?
Well, is that what everybody's going to do? Because Jaz'Zara
Yeah, why
will
not?
say, okay.
Good.
And
I
she'll
see where
count
he's
down.
going.
Because that's what I was going to say.
Jaz'Zara will count down, and she'll go 3, 2, 1, and then she'll push her lever in the up direction.
And then Ram will push up his.
Okay.
Val's going to go down and up with her L.
And I will
Okay.
go up.
All right, and you hear this really rusty gear noise that just kind of screeches. All of the conveyor belts grind to a halt, and everything in the room is completely, eerily still for a moment before the red light on the door blinks a couple of times before it turns green, and the door pops open. Just a bit. Just enough.
Danger, Will Robinson. Danger. Let's go.
Yeah, exactly. Look at you knowing secrets. I would have just been like, I'm still sitting here going, that doesn't make a word.
Jolly.
All right.
Let's go.
And,
Glad there's someone with a brain amongst us.
all right.
Sorry.
Let's head towards the door.
Yeah,
you
heading
approach
towards the door. Mhm.
And the door is slightly ajar. What would you like to do?
Val's going to, again, just walk right through it.
You gonna walk right through the doorway?
Mm-hmm.
All right, great. You step through that doorway and swoosh, you fall, and Valkyria disappears from view.
All
We've
right,
been waiting for
goodbye.
that one.
Okay,
Zara goes, oh, fuck. And she's gonna cast dancing lights, and she's gonna
I was
shoot it
thinking of
down
doing
into
that
this
too.
pit.
Just-
Into this giant pit, and as you look down, all of you the 3 of you that are now gathered around where Valkyria just vanished, you can see that the ground slopes downward. It's it's a small tunnel, and it's that slopes downward, and the ground it's not stairs, it's completely smooth. And Jaz'Zara's like, oh, hell. And kind of looks at Asha, and she's like, we have to go after her, don't we?
I mean, we could just leave her here. Just kidding. Just kidding.
I heard that.
I'm very tempted to just be like, so are there any other doors?
You could do a perception check again if you'd like to see if there's
Are
any
there
other
any
doors.
other doors? Can I go through a different one?
11.
11. You see no other doors, windows, or anything else in the room. And Jaz'Zara's going to turn and she's going to look at both Asha and Realm and she's like, oh, fuck it. She's going to shove both of you through.
I was going to say Ram's going to clutch his hat and go, tally ho! You don't have to push him.
And yeah, so
Realm's pretty fun.
Jazz shoves Asha through. She's like, let's just fucking go. If she dies, we can't go home.
And I'm clutching my little vampire
doll.
Doll thing.
Just you holding this little vampire doll. And as you step through,
So sick of this shit!
and you step through and you land and you start swishing from side to side as you were going down this massive stone slide. And it swishes you left and right. And Valkyria, you're at the front. As you're sliding around down here, are you doing anything in particular? Any screaming, yelling, anything?
Yeah. I'm
Roller
just
coaster style screaming?
roller coaster style whooping.
Okay.
Yahoo!
You're whooping and having a great time, and like the rest of you can hear her like in the distance of the tunnels. It echoes back to you, and Jaz'Zara yells,
Stop having fun!
Jaz'Zara's gonna yell, at least we know she's alive. And you all just like, it just keeps getting faster and faster as you go down, and you just swoop down. And Val, since you're the one who's out there first, as you come out, there's you can see the end of where this tunnel is, and it's very bright on the other side of this tunnel. And you swoosh out, and as you land, you ice, and you skid right across this very large ice-covered lake, and you are just kind of like thrown and skidding around on your ass, probably a little more than halfway through the little lake. And then not long after that, Realm comes through there, and you are spit out onto this frozen lake, and Asha and Jaz'Zara are right next, and you're all just spun around on this giant frozen lake. And yeah, you're on a very slippery little slope, and in the middle of it has these coming out of the ice is these rocks and what looks like a giant stone sword stuck in the middle of it.
Excalibur?
It's, are we outside of the factory now? Or that building?
Yeah.
Can I see the sky, I mean?
No. Interestingly enough, you look up and it's just it's very, very high up. But you notice as you look around, there's walls that are still there. Very distantly on each side of you, but there are walls, and a very high domed ceiling is above you.
Okay.
And you're all
Does
in
it
the
look
middle
man-made?
Yes, it does. It all looks very man-made, with the there's trees around you, and this looks like it was a pond at some point, and it's frozen, but it's
Specifically the dome, is that man-made?
yes.
Okay.
And if you guys would like to stand up, you're going to have to make me dexterity checks to do so.
Okay.
14.
14.
14, 14,
I mean, 18.
18,
Yeah.
Yeah. 10.
10, and Jaz'Zara got a 15. Three of you managed to stand up just fine. Asha, you're struggling, girl. You're struggling to get up, and because when you came slid out on the ice, you kind of spun around a little bit, and made you a little dizzy after all that. So you can get onto your hands and knees, but you haven't been able to get your footing enough to fully stand up yet. The rest of you, with a little bit of labor, can find your footing.
And I am fully prepared to just sit there and pout for a second, because we're reaching critical mass for Asha, and
Asha's had enough.
she's collecting herself. It'll be there in a minute.
Yeah, and there's you notice you're probably just a little bit halfway past this the sword at this point that's in this stone, and you see on the other side of you there's this stone pathway that leads up to a different door. And
Okay.
Val's gonna just walk/crawl her way across the lake to get off this ice.
okay.
How big is the sword?
I would say it's probably about 6 feet.
Okay. So it's not man-sized Excalibur. It's
No.
it's a big
That is
sword.
correct. That's correct. Yeah. It's
Okay.
It looks like it's made out of stone that's got like frost all over it. Jaz'Zara is going to go over to Asha and is going to try and help her regain her footing. So, Asha, you can roll me a dexterity check again with advantage.
Okay. So do it twice, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Oh, God. Okay, it's a 6.
That's the higher one?
It was a 5 plus 1, yeah.
Oh, Lord. Yeah, you're like, you know what? I'm good, like, right here.
I'm just gonna sit. I'm gonna sit.
It's like, okay, that's fine. And she kind of just, like, pats your shoulder for a minute. It's like, that's fine.
And the vampire stuffed animal is just sitting right here. Just
holding on to it, having a bit of...
Just for the memes, Raum is gonna plant like one foot down and he's gonna push off with his other foot and try to like skate across the ice to the other side.
All right. Give me.
He's being graceful while Val is just like, no, I know how this goes.
Acrobatics?
Yeah, give me an acrobatics check for that.
17.
17. You push off and you skate, like quite a few feet just from that one push towards the. I'm assuming you're trying to get to the other side of the lake.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you skid, and you probably make it like a good 10 feet. As you're doing this, which is a little bit in the opposite of what Val is doing, who is, as you're walking, Val, your steps are not making it very far, so you're just taking a lot of really baby steps as you just power forward very slowly. It looks like...
Oh, no, I said I want to be crawling at the same time, too, like, I'm crawling, I'm not walking.
You didn't...
I'm clawing, I'm putting my claws in the ice and just pulling myself forward.
Okay, you slam your claws into it, fracturing little pieces of the ice.
Yes, I want off.
And you're making a very violent path forward. Yes.
Just styling on everybody. I'm ice skating. People can barely stand on it.
Yeah. He's ice skating. You're breaking things, and Asha's having a moment.
Asha goes ahead and tries to collect herself. She stuffs her little vampire friend in her bag, and she fishes out her gloves. And she slams them on, grumbling the whole time, and so now there's no skin touching the ice, and she proceeds to slowly
Okay.
shuffle forward.
Jaz'Zara is standing, and she's going to carefully, try to walk, across the ice, staying next to Asha, so in case Asha has any further issues. And
more grumbling.
And, let's see. Raum, you can make me a dexterity check to finish getting across the ice with advantage, because you've chosen a very productive method of getting across the ice.
Right.
Val, a straight dex check for you, and then then I want you to give me a strength saving throw directly after that.
Dex or acrobatics?
You can give me an acrobatics check, that's fine.
22.
22, you make it to the end, 0 issues, and you kind of turn around, looking at them and just wondering why it's taking them so long to get across the ice.
So
he's just laughing, having a good time.
my dexterity is 4. You said my strength saving?
Yep.
13.
13, okay. So you haven't managed to crack the ice to the point that you're going to break through it. You are managing your crawl forward enough that you're paying enough attention that you're not, accidentally smashing through the ice. It's real slow going, though, girl. You're getting to the point, as you, crawl forward, your hands are starting to get wet from the ice and everything, and it's an unpleasant experience as your clothes start to get wet from the ice.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine. I just want off the ice.
Asha, would you like to give me another dexterity check, please?
I also want to mention I am going the opposite way that Val went. I'm
going
not
around no.
I am not following in her cracky footsteps. So
yep, Raum went on the left side of the sword, and then Val is on the right, and everybody else is following through the left.
Raum shouts, "Try skating! It's fun!"
And what was I rolling for you?
Dexterity check.
Okay. Finally, we got a 12. So
12. All right, you're making progress. You're getting really cold. Your clothes are starting to get wet, especially when they're making contact with the ice. But you're starting to make good progress, and you're not breaking anything in the process. So
there's no face planting occurring as we go forward. So
yes, Jaz'Zara, she is going to take the advice, and she is going to try and hesitantly do a little skate forward and see how that goes. In acrobatics check, she gets a whole 11. It's not very far. She does a little scoot forward. It moves her about 5 feet, and she has to stop to catch her balance. She's just like, okay, I can figure this out. That's fine.
He goes, "That's the spirit. Come on!"
And she'll keep going a little further, and she gets a little further each time that she does it. And eventually, all three of you make it to this other side of where this pathway is.
Eventually. It finally clicked in my head who, the way you portray and sound like Ramen reminds me of Turnip Head from Howl's Moving Castle. Just a little.
I've never seen it, so.
Oh God.
So, but yeah, it's interesting.
There will be research done now.
Mm-hmm. Turnip Head.
So you guys have made it onto this stone pathway, and in front of you is another very large door, surrounded in a bunch of ice. There's blue crystals everywhere that are glowing, and they kind of pulse as they glow. And as you approach this very large door, it is. You guys can all give me a perception check, please.
6.
14.
2.
Well, it's good that Asha got the highest, because Asha, as you look at this giant door, which looks very much like the one that's you guys originally came through to get into the Crystal Catcher building that had appeared in all of the ice.
The key.
In the very center of this door is a keyhole. It looks about the right size for that key that you had.
And then there's some fishing around in my bag noise.
It's a good thing my dad gave you the key and not me.
You know it. And I march right up to that door and I say, "Please take me home. Please take me home. Please take me home."
And as you go to turn the lock, Jaz'Zara says, "We haven't found Ethro yet."
At this point, I don't care. I don't want to be a gumdrop.
Fair.
Yeah. How is our gumdrop situation? We had I had a cookie knife before.
Yeah.
How is the rest of my situation?
All of your shoes are now covered in gumdrop pieces.
This is not okay.
I don't want to eat my shoe, Jazz. I just want to go home.
Fair enough.
You don't have to eat your shoes. They'll turn back to shoes when they're in your stomach.
There's that.
Fair.
There's that. Yeah.
And Jaz'Zara's I don't think even if it stayed as food, I would eat it anyway.
Yeah.
My feet have been in it, and that's kind of weird.
Ew.
Yeah. So, Asha, do you want to turn this, because the middle of the door where you put the key has a giant, kind of a wheel situation to turn it.
I do have the key in the lock, but it is I have not turned it, and I just take a deep sigh because ultimately I'm over it. However, I am evaluating what if he doesn't come home, and what is the probability that he has also come this way and has already beat us there.
All right. Do you open the door?
Guys, I'm gonna put this to a vote.
Open the door!
We've come too far to turn back now.
And
So do I go home, or do I make this a full circle moment, or do I have to go find him?
Jaz'Zara's going
Open the door.
Jaz'Zara's going to say, "This is the only path we've really been able to find. I don't know if that door leads home, but it at the very least leads forward. If it leads home, we don't have to go through it necessarily. We at least have to find out what's on the other side of it."
Okay, I can live with that. Alright, so I'm gonna give it a big old crank.
And there's a lot of sounds of gears turning and shifting, and the door rumbles and it slowly moves itself forward once it's unlocked, and this giant set of doors opens, and you are in front of you is, unfortunately for Asha, not home. Instead, it is a giant room filled with gigantic toys There's a rocking horse on one side. There's a doll with a head that's thrown to the side on another. A gigantic wooden train off to your right. And then what looks like a reindeer is grazing off to the side on the left. And sitting in a giant throne in the center of the room is
It's the Grinch!
is a creature that's actually from looks at you and says, I see you've made it this far through my fun little toyland.
Fun!
You're not having fun? And he reaches over, he has this giant candy cane, and he reaches over and he uses it to tap on a cage next to him, in which you see Ethro is sitting in. And he says, I've been having a great deal of fun. And he keeps banging the giant candy cane on the cage with Ethro in it. And Ethro is awake, and he's looking at all of you, and he's very old. Ethro is extremely old. And
How much of a gumdrop is he?
Good question.
His clothes are all different colors of just kind of like candy cane stripes and like cookie pieces and stuff like that. And his hair looks a little cotton candy-y, but the rest of him looks still gnomish. And so he...
Ethro, I hope you know that my father and I are gonna want to have a word with you when we get back, if we get back.
He's just kind of leaning against the bars of the cage, and he doesn't really say anything. He just kind of like flinches every time the creature bangs a candy cane against the cage. And the creature's going to stand up out of his throne made of ice, and he says, I am the master of this land, and they call me the Grange. Because Grinch is copyrighted, so...
The Grange.
The Grange. Welcome.
Well, congratulations to you, Mr. Grange, for being the ruler of this realm. This is not my realm. You're not my ruler. I would like to go home.
Well then, let's change that, shall we? Before you know it, you'll be another one of the citizens in my delightful land of candy and toys. And he clicks his fingers, and all four of the creatures, or like the toys and the reindeer that was around you, shift and start to shake and move and come to life.
Okay,
and all of you can roll for initiative.
10.
7.
11.
11.
7, 10, 11.
Sorry, I was like, +4. I'm like, wait. My charisma.
Everybody's got their initiative. So this creature, this giant green,
Grange.
looking creature, which by looking at it, you can tell it's some kind of like an archfey creature. And it stands very, very tall, and it's very thin. It's wearing this red and white coat and this red and white hat on top of it. And as you look at it, you notice like part of the white on the hat looks like it has very old dried blood on it, and so does parts of the white coat. It's also torn in certain places.
Can I just mention that the Grange looks like if the Grinch and Prince John had a baby?
Oh, that's horrifying. That's real horrifying to think about. Jesus. Okay.
He's kind of like a Grinch Krampus thing going on here.
Yeah, like a Grinch Krampus nightmare combination between the two, yeah. It looks like the Grinch is like some kind of demon creature. It has very long, kind of like spindly fingers where like the green fuzz on his hands kind of comes off of the fingers quite a bit. And as he holds his arms out as his creatures like come to life, and he says, "You're in my kingdom now, dears." And
I hope for not long.
And that was his lair action for the turn, was to bring these creatures to life, because that took 2 lair actions for him to do. I will be sending Ani a photo of what the deer looks like now. And this, my lovelies, is the inspiration for all of this. It is a
Okay, I need
were-deer that is in the
I need to know what pit of hell this emerged from.
Peep his red nose. It's Rudolph on steroids.
It's
I
Rudolph with
I
like
got
a jacked dude human body and just like this Rudolph deer head.
This is what Jacob Black wished he could be.
Oh, and he's holding just this gigantic hammer. So this deer that looked pretty normal up until that point stands on its hind legs and pulls out his hammer. And his nose is just flashing red as he does it. Pretty much, yeah. And in a truly horrifying manner. That horrifies you for different reasons than, like the toy and the train come to life. So, so that is the later action for that. Right off the top is actually two of these toys. So, the train and the doll get to go first.
Can I speak?
Yeah, of course.
I just want to tell him, "Foul creature, I must warn you, you will not be able to defeat us," he says, wringing his hands and smiling.
And the grunts,
If you would like to surrender, now is the time, and you may yet see the end of this day.
God.
The Grunge smiles and says, "You will make an excellent addition to my toy collection." And he yells at his creatures. He's like, "Attack them. Bring them to me. I need new things to play with." And the train, you hear like this little choo-choo noise and like little puffs of smoke come out of it.
Yeah.
And now the way you guys are standing is in the doorway. And did you guys have a preference of how far into the room you'd stepped or what order, like in a line?
Not yet. I have a question though. Is the train and the rocking horse made of wood?
Yes, both are made of wood.
Okay.
I guess I'll just step forward a bit and say, "So this battle you have chosen, just remember this. Realm and death must mean the same to you."
Val's gonna walk towards the train and just hope she can set it on fire.
Okay, so I'll put you a little further into the room. Jaz'Zara is going to kind of stand off to the side a little bit. Asha, do you want to just stay in the doorway? Do you want to move?
I guess I'll stay there. I'm trying to get something out of my bag. Yeah.
Okay.
That has not turned to cookie.
It's not turned to cookie.
So
The smile is still there, but it is more sinister than you have seen yet.
all right, that works.
He is ready for this.
And the toys, two of the toys are at the top of the initiative order. So the train, kind of powers up, and it's going to try and make a slam attack against Jaz'Zara. Use this dice. And yeah, that's going to hit. Jaz'Zara, it hits Jaz'Zara for 7 whole points of damage to Jaz'Zara. And as this train just barrels forward at full speed, it just hits her and knocks her back 5 feet. And before the train backs up and it looks like it's gearing itself up to do it again. The doll without the head, you see this stitching and string come out attached to the head, pull itself laboredly up onto the shoulders. The doll sits up and it looks over and it's going to point at Valkyria. And Valkyria, you need to make me a dexterity saving throw, please.
12.
12. You do not succeed. It shoots out this string at you, and it wraps itself around you, and you are now grappled by this creature, meaning your movement is now 0. And
son of a bitch, strings! What is this bullshit?
And from there, it is Realm. It's your turn.
Okay, I am going to open by aiming my crossbow at the Granch and firing directly for him.
All right, go ahead and roll me an attack for that.
And that is a nat 1.
Nat 1, you, despite the bravado that is being put forth, that's a terrifying, demon creature of some sort, and your crossbow bolt just sticks right into the throne beside him.
And Rom says, "That was a warning shot."
I meant to do that.
Meant to do it.
Okay, and then after that, I guess he's going to advance towards the garage.
Okay. How far do you want to get? There's some stairs leading up to him. Do you want to go all the way up the stairs or somewhere in between?
Yeah, go up the stairs.
Okay. I will say you can tell that the rocking horse doesn't look like it could make it upstairs, so it's probably a good idea to make it onto the stairs so that it could not, like, attack you, because it was one of the things that was closest to you.
Alrighty.
Okay, so anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
I could use my bonus action to do something. If I dashed, I would be right up in his face for the next turn. I don't know if that'd be smart to do, though.
True. He does look very powerful, but that's up to you either way. There are these two giant trees that are on top of the platform, along with these holly bushes that are on each side as well. And those are opportunities if you'd like to try and hide behind any of it. They're big enough for you to do so.
I might try that.
Okay.
Except my bonus action only allows me to dash.
Okay.
So if I dashed, I wouldn't be able to hide, I don't think.
Yeah, you can only use your bonus action to do one of those things. But on your next turn, you could try and hide from him if you wanted to. Because you have movement to get behind him. Or you could just dash.
I think I'll stay here on the stairs for now.
Okay, that's cool. Next up is Asha.
Asha has had full enough of this, so she's going to run forward with her whip out and slash at the doll.
Okay, alright, so go ahead and make me an attack roll for that.
Ooh. 6.
A 6 in total. You, take your whip and you go to lash out at the doll, but it's surprisingly fast for something that is a giant thing made of cotton. Mm-hmm. And your whip, sticks off to the side of it. Did you want to move at all or do anything else?
I guess I'll run up on the stairs by Realm.
Okay. You still have your bonus action as well, too, so don't forget that.
Okay.
And I'll put you on the lower part of the stairs. You're up probably about 2 or 3 steps up the stairs.
So could I do a spell, or is that
You have 2 bonus action spells that you could do. You have, I believe, Healing Word and Shield of Faith. So you could cast either one of those if you wanted to. Or you could just hang on to them and wait until you use your spell slots for something else.
I think I'm gonna... Can I use a cantrip or at this point or no?
You only have a bonus action left, and none of your cantrips that you have are bonus actions.
Gotcha. Then I think I will also hold at this point.
Okay.
You don't want to shield me?
You don't want to shield Jazz from being hit by the train again?
You know what? Yeah, never mind. I take that back. I will. Okay. I will shield Jazz from this stupid train from hell. Yeah.
Sure. All right. So Jaz'Zara's AC goes up to 16. Alrighty. And at that time, it is now the Granch's turn. The Granch is going to look at all of you, and he's like, you're starting to get a little bit on my nerves. And...
Took you long enough.
Do you say that out loud?
As she's wrapped up in doll string.
Yeah. Can I mutter it? So, Jazz can hear me, but he can't?
Did you mutter it, is the question.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But in Undercommon.
Oh, he understands.
Or Infernal, whatever. All of it?
All of it.
Okay, fine.
Remember, all his paperwork just turns into whatever language. He got it.
All right.
Mm-hmm. So he's going to take he's not even going to bother to take a step forward. From where he's at, he has a bag beside him, and he takes out this wrapped gift, and he's going to throw it, let's say at Realm. He's going to throw a gift at you, and he's going to try and hit you with it.
Okay.
Merry fucking Christmas.
It rolled very low, though, so it's only an 11 to hit you, so it misses. So, like, you go and you duck, and this gigantic gift just slams into the stairs on the other side of you as it sails over your head and tumbles down the stairs.
Rad.
And, yeah, it makes a very loud thump noise when it does, too. And you're like, oh, that would have hurt. And
Okay, does anything, like, spill out of it or something? That would know what's in it, or just...
It's, what spills out of it is a bunch of coal.
Oh, great.
And that's his first attack. He's going to try again, this time throwing something at Asha, and he does hit you, dear, with an 18.
Hey.
And he's going to slam you with this gigantic gift box for 4 points of damage, dear. And it knocks into you, and it, like, spills open, and there's coal just scattering all over the stairs. And he goes, which one of you wants to be one of my toys first? And at that, it is Jaz'Zara's turn. She's like, you know what? I'm getting real sick of this shit.
Oh, you're pissed off, Jazz.
So Jaz'Zara is going to turn at the Granch, and she's going to cast a Hunter's Mark on him. And she's like, you know what? It's time to do this for real. And so she casts Hunter's Mark, and then she's going to pull a bow, and she's going to fire at him. And for a... Yeah, she gets 17 to hit him, which hits... Yep. And so that is 1d8 plus 1d. For 11 points of damage on her first hit.
How bad was that?
No, it was closed. It just crunched.
It's fine.
And she's going to take another attack at him. And for a 16, which just hits for that one. And she does another 10 points of damage for that one. So Jaz'Zara, like, takes 2 arrows. She ignores the train. She ignores the doll and Valkyria all wrapped up. And she points her finger at him, and you notice that this mark appears on the Granch's forehead. And she fires 2 arrows simultaneously that just thonk directly into him, one at each shoulder.
Okay, go Jazz, go.
She does a fair amount of damage, and she's going to start marching up the stairs. No, she's like, I'm not walking. She's just fully marching up those stairs at that point. And she's going to look at, she's going to duck under the strings that are holding Valkyria. She goes and she says, Valkyria, it's time you do something violent.
I thought you never asked, Jazz.
And it is your turn.
Unleash
Not sure
Valkyria.
Tell her, sit this one out.
Alright, what can I do? That's violent.
And there's a lot of burnable shit in here.
There's a lot of burnable shit in here. Alright.
Just remember, if you burn the doll, you are tied up by it.
Semantics. Now, I am resistant to fire, so...
Resistant, not impervious.
Also
Again,
good.
semantics.
No.
Now, if I do burning hands, because I asked this before that I can, channel it through my staff.
Yeah.
But can I channel it through both of my hands, like in different directions?
No.
No. Okay, so just one direction. Can I do 2 spells at the same time?
You can do a leveled spell, and then you, if you have a bonus action spell that's a cantrip, you could do that, or the other way around. So one of your spells has to be a cantrip and a bonus action. Doesn't necessarily have to be a cantrip that's a bonus action. It could be a leveled spell that's a bonus action. But
So how would I do this? If I want to throw burning hands towards the doll and ice knife towards, I don't know.
you can, those are both leveled spells.
Sorry,
so you can do that.
Was it chill touch? I have to touch something to do that, don't I?
You don't have bonus action spells, my dear.
Motherfucker. Alright, so I'm throwing burning hands at this doll.
One thing that you do have, though, is you have sorcery points, and as a bonus action, you can convert your sorcery points to give you back a spell slot that you've used. So,
Oh.
like, if you start to run out of spell slots, you can use a bonus action to convert them to get one back. So not something you have to do like right now, but as you start to run out of spells,
Okay.
just something to keep in mind. So
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna burning hands this stupid doll.
the doll, okay. So I will see. I will roll a dex check for this doll. It rolls a whole 11, so it does fail. So go ahead and roll me 3d6, please.
8.
8, okay. You, now are you aiming directly at the doll itself, or do you want to try, as you put your hands out, are you aiming to also get the strings that are attaching you to it at the same time?
All of it.
All of it? Okay, so as you put your hands out and in front of you, and did you want to channel it through your staff or your hands themselves?
Well,
There's not much of a difference, just thematic purposes.
my hands.
Your hands. So you reach your hands up and you grab a hold of the strings, and you burst them into flames, and the fire just like shoots across the string and hits this doll like right in the face, and it like shudders backwards, and the strings that are holding you just collapse and burn away, and a significant amount of this doll is burning. And it's not gone, like it's not dead, but you have done significant damage to it.
Perfect. And can I move?
You do have your movement back, yes.
What do I want to do? I also want to get up on the steps.
Okay. You can tell that it's a safer place to be because the train would have a really hard time trying to get up the stairs, and then the rocking horse can't get up the stairs either. It still leaves like any ranged attacks that these things do, and the doll and the weird buff reindeer dude. But it does help protect you from at least 2 of them, and does get you closer to the garage though. So put you right about. You want to go over there?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Alrighty, and at that point, it is the rocking horse and the buff reindeer's turn. And the rocking horse is going to move forward a little bit towards the stairs, but you see it like kind of like rear up and like down, but it can't go forward up the stairs. It has no ability to get up these stairs. So it just kind of like neighs at you angrily.
Can we name the buff reindeer Jacob Red?
Sure. Sure. Jacob Red, however, is bipedal and doesn't fully has the capability of walking up the stairs, and he's gonna walk up to right between you and Asha, and he's gonna start by taking a swing at you, Valkyria, for a 11 to hit, and which does just hit you because your armor class is an 11. So he's going to hit you for he rolled a 1 though, so it's only 2 whole points of damage. So he takes this giant hammer that he has and he smacks you with it, and
ow!
You're slightly distracted by the fact that there's a very strange looking bipedal buff reindeer in front of you, and it kind of distracts you as he hits you. And he doesn't say anything at you, but his nose glows brighter as he does. And he's just uncomfortably disturbing looking, in all honesty. There's everything about it just disturbs the hell out of you. So, alright. The rocking horse can't do anything. That was the reindeer's turn. Back at the top of the initiative order is the technically it's a lair action, the crunch, and he's going to point at Asha.
Oh, shit.
And Asha, you're going to make a wisdom saving throw for me.
Okay. Wisdom is... Oh, well, there's that. Okay. 12.
12? Okay, you pass.
Mm-hmm.
He points at you, and you see around like his chair are these things of like gift wrapping paper, and they start to shudder and rise up. But as you shake off the magic, they collapse back down, and he angrily kind of like growls at you, and he says,
He angrily growls.
he's like, "Clever girl, you will make a fine addition to my collection." Yeah, in like the most creepy possible way. And it's
Misty.
Yeah, pretty much. It's very creepy, in all honesty.
What'd you do? Type creepy reindeer?
That's from Adventure Time. Takes off the hooves, and wiggles the fingers menacingly.
And now it is the train and the doll's turn. The train just kind of like chugs up to the edges of the stairs and just is kind of like batting, and like it just keeps going back and forth and like hitting it, but it can't go up the stairs. The doll, on the other hand, is going to.
Is this bitch still on fire?
It is still on fire. Yeah, it's going to reach over and try to make a swipe attack at Jaz'Zara, whose DC is currently 16. And with a 12, it does miss. So it takes like this huge swipe at Jaz'Zara, who like jumps back a bit to avoid it. And the doll is tall enough that like it can see over part of the stairs, so it's just kind of like reaching out over the stairs, trying to get at you guys. In a very
Demon doll.
demon doll. It's like missing one button eye, and the other one's kind of like half sewed in, and it's like head keeps tilting back and forth because it's not fully sewed in there.
It's also on fire.
It's also on fire. Like one of its pigtails is like falling off because it's burned.
It's getting more and more pleasant.
Yeah. That's Realm's turn. Go for it.
Okay, with my normal walking speed, could I reach melee distance with him? The Grange?
Yes. You can,
Okay.
do you want to walk up there towards him?
Yeah. So I want to open by firing my crossbow
Okay.
again. And then I'm going to... Okay, so first the crossbow. Don't fuck me. Are you serious? That's a 1.
Oh my
Go on. Okay, you fire the crossbow, and it just kind of like sticks into the side of his chair once again, and you've got a little line on his chair going so far.
So clearly crossbow isn't working, so now he's going to move into melee range. And he's going to attempt to stab him with his sword. And so...
Luckily, his sword or his rapier isn't a cookie.
It's not a cookie, right? Not yet.
No, it's not. You're the only person who has a weapon that's fully turned into something is Asha.
Okay, so that's 12.
12? 12 does not hit the Grange. He has a little bit of a higher armor class than that.
Balls.
Alright. Anything else?
Try kicking him, Rom.
It stabs, it like digs in, but clearly doesn't do anything. And Raum looks up at it, smiling, and he goes, "You have one last chance to surrender."
And he will look at you and he says, "And I say the same to you."
This boy.
Anything else you'd like to do?
I think that's me done. In more ways than one.
Asha, your turn.
Alright, so, again, still sick of it. So, she's going to, she's gonna launch Guiding Bolt at his at the Grange's ass.
Go for it.
She has, so I need to, what do I need to roll on that one? I'm bad at this.
So you're going to roll to hit, so go ahead and roll your d20 plus 5.
17.
17 hits.
Okay.
You're going to roll 4 d6s.
Okay. Sorry, math almost caved me in there. 15.
15. Alright. Alright, so you, Asha, you're holding your holy symbol, and your holy symbol starts to glow, and you pull this light from your holy symbol into your hand, and you point directly at the Grange, and this huge burst of light comes out of you, and it strikes directly in the center of the Grange, and it just, the whole evilness of the creature, like, it lights up, and it stumbles back, and it hits its little throne, and you've done a significant amount of damage to it. It is still standing, but it turns its attention from around onto you. And It's like, oh, you're stronger than I expected, little toy. This will be a lot more fun than I thought.
Who you calling a toy?
Bitch, yeah, exactly. Who you calling a toy? Motherfucker.
So that has a bonus effect, right? Like, what is it? Does it make it easier to hit him now?
And the next attack roll made against the target does have advantage. Yeah. Before anybody who attacks it, the next person to attack it will have advantage on it.
All right.
Yep. And now it is the Grange's turn. And it is going to... Let's see. It's going to look at... It's going to look at Raum and who's been annoying it a bit recently. And it's going to take this giant red sack that it has sitting next to its chair. And it's going to do... It's a massive sack that looks like it just has like all of these different boxes and like things in it. And it's going to swing it and just try and hit you with Santa's bag of gifts. So...
Got it.
For a 14 to hit you?
15.
15. Alright, it takes this thing, and as it tries to hit you, you just, like, drop.
That shit swings directly in front of his face.
Yeah, and it's just like...
Barely manages to backstep.
Yep, and it, like, you can feel the wind off of this thing as it goes right past you. And it's so, like, heavy, it does kind of, like, spin the Grange a little bit. And it's like, okay, let's try it again on the backward swing, and he's gonna try and swing it again. Oh, and he rolls a natural 7. No plus in the world is going to help with that. And so he swings it backwards this time, but he doesn't compensate for the fact that you've now taken a step back, and it still just fully misses you. And he's starting to get a little irritated on that. And but
it is a zero-sum game between me and the Grinch.
Two of you going toe-to-toe, and neither of you getting anywhere, so... Alright, it's Jaz'Zara's turn, and she's going to attack the Grange, and she actually has advantage now because of Asha. And that's an 18 plus 7 definitely hits. So she hits for 14 points of damage from her. And she's going to move a bit further up the stairs as she does so. So she's now at the top of the landing and out of reach of this doll creature. Which reminds me, did either of you want to move? Like, Asha, did you want to move at all?
Yeah, sure. I want to get away from Jacob Red.
Okay. So you're going to move up the stairs a little bit here. And I don't believe Jaz'Zara has any bonus spells. No, just Hunter's Mark. Okay. So that is Jaz'Zara's turn. She kind of like steps up a little closer into that melee mix with the Grange, kind of giving him more targets than just the one, just the one person. So at that, Val, that's you, girl. What you doing?
Mm-hmm. So where is Jacob Red at this point?
He's on the steps directly behind you.
Can I turn around and throw Ice Knife at him?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
You can throw Ice Knife at him.
If he's directly behind me, I really hope I don't miss.
Yep, so you're going to roll
So do
d20
we.
plus 5.
D20 plus 5.
Yep.
19.
19, yeah. Your Ice Knife hits him. You go ahead and roll me a d10.
Which one's the D10? This one?
Is it the one that looks like the round? This one?
That's 12.
That is a D10, but there should be one with like the air numbers on it. I mean, you can roll that, just don't do the 0.
Is the 0 not the 10?
There's like 2 sets, and one of them is for the D100 part of it, so.
Okay, so that's the one I have.
You're holding it.
Okay. So how many of these?
1.
1. Let's do that again.
It hit her boobs, to be fair.
6.
And she had to, like, goalie it onto the table. Boom.
So
Interference.
You do just straight 6 points of damage to him, and then you're going to roll me 2d6, because when you throw the Ice Knife, it explodes, and everything within 5 feet of it gets 2d6 damage.
10.
6, 10, alright. So the ice knife just plants itself directly into Jacob Red's chest, and then when it explodes outward, it really just knocks this deer back off of the steps, and it falls backwards onto its back, and it just kind of sprawls out, and you have killed Jacob Red. And you've also done a significant amount of damage to the rocking horse as well, and which was kind of like up right there next to it. So you took out Jacob Red, and you've done a lot of damage to the rocking horse all at once. And the deer is just kind of like laying there. He still has like his hammer, but his tongue is just like fully out of his mouth. And all right, did you want to move at all?
Yeah, I want to move forward towards the garage because I'm all like we already know that Val's had a bad day, but her and Asha at the same level of I'm over it.
Yeah. Do you want to get closer than this? Like, do you want to be on like the other side of it? Maybe.
Why not?
All right. So you slip past your companions as you move over, and you're a little closer to Ethro at this point too in the process. And as you move closer to him. Next up is the toys. The train can't do anything from there. The doll is going to try and wrap up Asha. Asha, go ahead and make me a dexterity saving throw, please.
14. Yeah.
14?
14.
You pass. So it shoots these string at you, and you turn around and you see it as it comes at you, and you like jump up on a step above you, and the strings like impale into the stone on either side of you, but don't actually manage to like wrap around you.
Well, that's brilliant. And now, is the doll still on fire?
It's not actively burning the way the tree was. The tree
okay.
The luck roll for the tree was just real bad, so...
Okay, gotcha.
But the doll is very burned and very hurt, but it is not on active fire.
Okay.
Okay, and from there, we're back at the top of the initiative order, and with the Granch, who doesn't have much he can do for a lair action. Yeah, he doesn't have much in the way he can do for lair action with all of you this close without doing something to himself too. So it's going to be it's not the deer's turn anymore because he's dead. It is the rocking horse's turn, and it can't do anything because it can't get up the stairs. And which brings us back down to Ram. That is your turn. You and the Grinch, man. Mano a mano. What you gonna do?
I'm going to take another stab at him with my rapier.
All right.
Literally, another stab.
Go for it.
Praying to God. So that's that's not enough. It's it's 9 again.
9. Yeah, 9. You take that swipe at him, and you and he are just kind of like doing this like almost like this dance back and forth as you try to hit each other, and the other one dodges out of the way, and then like he tries to hit you and you dodge out of the way. And he's very focused on you now because you're really starting to piss him off. And, but neither of you're standing toe to toe with him, and neither of you can manage to hit each other. So
that is a point in your favor.
Yeah, like it is kind of impressive for the rest of you watching. It's just like standing that close to this demon archfey creature that's like 7 feet tall, and neither of them have managed to hit each other as they clash. And anything else you'd like to do?
I'm thinking I could theoretically like disengage and go like backwards, but I think this is working. I'm just gonna keep playing to this.
Okay.
I hope it at least stays 0.
Okay.
And let everybody else take pot shots at him while I keep his attention.
All right. Asha,
I continue to make baseless jeers at him, despite the fact I have done nothing to him.
Just taunt him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna, I guess, from where I'm standing, I'm definitely gonna launch Sacred Flame at him.
Okay.
Right in the face.
All right, so he has to make a dexterity for that. Your dexterity, your DC, your spell DC is 13, and he makes 13 exactly. So you throw the fire at him, and it just splashes against his weird-looking red coat and doesn't do any damage.
Damn.
All right, that is... did you want to do anything else? Any movement or anything?
I guess kind of move, like, behind Round, like, a little more, like, to kind of fill in that gap. Yeah.
Maybe, like, right here?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Sure. All right. That is the Grouch's turn. And he is going to take his one of his gift boxes that he has, and he's going to fling one at Asha. That's a 2. He misses you, dear. And he's going to try the other one. This time, he's getting kind of... as he's going like toe-to-toe with Raum, and he's just like... everyone's starting to piss him off. But this is pissing him off that he can't hit you. So he's going to try to hit you again. That's a 4. He and like he takes this gift box up and he's just going to try and like slam it directly on your head, and it just slams directly in the small space between the two of you. And he just kind of looks at the ground where there's now a bunch of coal scattered everywhere, then looks at you, looks at the coal on the ground, and you can see him shift his focus to someone else. He's just like, I don't know what kind of trickery this is, but, and then he just like goes and like focuses over on someone else. He's just like, no. He's like, I don't know.
Never mind that bullshit.
It's like, what kind of creation have you instilled in front of me, thinking that perhaps maybe you're not even real, and that's why he can't hit you.
Yes, Raum is a figment of all of our imaginations.
Exactly. It's just like, what kind of hallucination is this? And at that is Jaz'Zara's turn, and Jaz'Zara is going to try and hit him. And actually, so she's going to try and hit him. Jaz'Zara misses. She only gets a 9. So she fires an arrow, and he reaches up and he catches it just as it comes at him, and he turns and like he points the arrow and is now focused on Jaz'Zara. And as she's just tried to shoot him. Val, that's you.
Really? Since he's distracted by all of you, I kind of want to make my way over to where Ethro is and see if I can get him out of this goddamn cage. Because the whole point of coming here was to get him back.
Okay. So you're going to walk over. And now, I will say, if you step to the point of the door on the cage, the Granch will get an opportunity attack on you. Because you will be stepping...
How far away am I from the cage?
About 15 feet. But once you step... You are in the Granch's melee range of about 5 feet of him. Once you step out of that 5 feet, he will get the opportunity to try and attack you.
Okay, can my mage hand fiddle with the lock?
Your mage hand can see, like, it could like pull on it or something, but there's no way for it to open it. You don't have thieves' tools or anything.
Okay.
Because you do see like it is like a key style.
Okay, and
It doesn't have the fine motor
right.
skills.
We're not that advanced yet.
It can't build snowballs. It can't pick locks. So
Yeah.
If I was to use chill touch on the cage, would it be able to break the cage? Like shatter it?
You can't shatter the whole cage because
No, but like just the lock or something. Just like
you can try. Yeah, you can
Okay.
roll an attack to see if you can hit it. So
Yeah.
if you're gonna do chill touch, your D20 plus 5.
8.
Right now, you try and like hit the lock, but the lock is fairly small and it's about 15 feet from you, and you go to take a swipe at it and you miss and you hit some of the bars. You do frost some of the bars, but it doesn't seem to do anything. So, all right. Anything else you'd like to do?
Can I go around the tree?
Now, if you step back away from him at all, he will get an opportunity attack. You can take the chance, because he still has to roll to hit you, but you can't take a step away from him. You can go around him, but you cannot step any further away from him.
Alright, I'm gonna just get closer to the cage.
Alright, you gonna take that opportunity attack?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. And you want to get, like, right up on the cage?
Hi.
Alright, he's going to take a swipe at you. Yeah, that's a 15 to hit you, girl. So he's going to swipe at you for 3 points of damage. Alright. Anything else you'd like to do?
No, I'm hurting.
Alright.
And I'm yelling at Ethro.
Okay, what are you yelling at him?
I'm just yelling obscenities at him that I'm like, you're the reason I'm here, and I'm hurting.
He's leaning against the cages, and he's just more or less out of it, and he doesn't really seem like he's registering much of anything.
He's a cookie.
He's a cookie!
So he's just kind of slumped against the bars, and he doesn't seem to be registering anything.
It just pisses Val off more.
It's the toy's turn. The doll is going to try and wrap up Asha again for a 12, and it misses. Misses Asha. And the train is just sitting there, just slowly booting against the stairs, not making any progress. Boop, 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 boop.
Is that all your AC? 13? Or is that like your base?
That was my base. I'm at 15 now.
Okay, I was gonna say it's kind of low.
Am I still at 11?
Yes, sweetie.
Yeah.
You have terrible AC. You're a sorceress. You're not supposed to have great AC.
I'm squishy.
So, okay, and so
You
that's
thought
gonna
she
be
was just gonna walk by him. Got pancake.
Got pancaked.
the other toys can't do anything either because the deer is dead and the rocking horse can't get up on you. That brings us around to Realm. It's your turn. Once again, mano a mano, making no progress against
Stalemate.
Come on, baby. Oh, that might be it. 17.
17 hits. All right.
Alrighty. After hitting Ani, that gave him the opening he needed. And he finally scores a hit.
Yeah, the Granch is turned after having slapped at Valkyria, and it has part of his back to you.
Rom's sense of duty has kicked in. Must protect the air.
What kind of damage did you do?
Let's see. So I think my sneak attack also applies here.
Yeah. So you attack the Granch for 16 points of damage, and it staggers forward, and it kind of like puts a hand on his throne. He's not doing too great. He looks pretty bad. He looks pretty fucked up at this point, but he's still standing, and he's starting just to kind of like realize that you guys are far more powerful than he was expecting. He was really just expecting just to, mow you guys over with his army of weird toys, and you're doing much more damage to him than he expected.
Well, Jacob Wright is dead, so...
And then for my next trick, I'm going to step backwards some.
Okay.
Like kind of towards that tree. And I can do that because I have fancy footwork.
Fancy footwork.
It means if I land a melee attack, I don't take opportunity attacks for the rest of their turn.
Great. Where exactly did you want to go? Just back further?
Yeah, just kind of like away. And then I'm going to shoot him with the crossbow as my bonus action.
Okay, go for it.
12.
12, unfortunately, does not hit. And you have another crossbow bolt in this line that you are making on his throne. All right.
Would have been so cool if it worked.
Wish we were Boromir.
You're low-key just trying to damage everything he has. Just to piss him off some more.
There you go. All right. Asha, that's your turn.
I am going to try again with the Sacred Flame. So, I'm going to whip that at him.
Alrighty. He's going to make a dexterity.
Don't you have a sickle?
Yeah, but I'd have to get really close there.
Okay.
Yeah, he rolls a whole 7, so you can go ahead and... so you do hit him, so go ahead and roll your 1d8.
3.
3? Alright, so you throw another bout of holy fire at him, and it catches the end of his little hat on fire as it starts to singe his hat. And anything else you'd like to do, my dear? If you have any spell slots left, you can do a bonus action, like a regular spell, if you want.
Sure, let's do... I think I have one spell slot left.
You have Healing Word as pretty much your free spell slot if you wanted to heal anybody. So
Who's got the lowest HP?
I'm at 9.
I haven't taken any damage.
Oh, that's right. Jazz, how you doing?
She's at 14 out of 25. So she's in the mid-range for her.
We'll help Squishy.
Okay.
Help the squishy.
What is the word that you shout at her for Healing Word?
Bitch!
That's fine. This glowing word in infernal, you know what? It's going at Valkyria, so it'll be an infernal appears in this bright flame, and it just says "bitch" in infernal, and it flings itself at her. And Val, you oddly feel a little healed and a little better for hearing that. So.
My healing word is bitch. Bitch.
Thank you, bitch.
Roll a d4 plus 3.
Yeah. 6.
6. Val, she heals you for 6 points.
Squishy is fixed.
All right, and Asha, did you want to move at all? You are just out. You and Jaz'Zara are just outside of melee range, so if you move, as long as you stay, you don't get any closer to him, you won't take any opportunity attacks.
Sure. Can I do a little crab walk to the left, then?
Sure. You want to be like on the other side of this tree, maybe?
Not.
Over here.
Yeah. I guess next to Realm somewhere. I don't care if it's to his right or his left. Somewhere like that, you know.
How about right over there? So
Sure.
you're close to the stairs, but not blocking Realm's way. Alrighty. That brings us back to the Ground's turn. And he's going to take one of his gift bags or gift boxes, and he's going to fling one at Valkyria. Because he's just kind of tired of Realm and trying to hit him at this point. He's like, nope, nope, I'm not going to do that. That is an 18 to hit you, my dear. So he is going to hit you. And he does 4 points of damage to you.
Son of a bitch, stop hitting me!
So it's a good thing that she healed you, because that would not have been good for you. And then he's going to throw the other one at Jaz'Zara. Yeah, for 19 to hit, so he's going to hit Jaz'Zara as well for 3 points of damage to Jaz'Zara. Alrighty. So you both get like pelted with these gift boxes, and coal like spills everywhere. And that is... He's not going to move because he won't abandon his throne, so... And yeah. So then we're back at Jaz'Zara, who's going to try and hit Zagranch. Yep, barely. She gets a 14. She hits him for 12 full points of damage, which really just seems to rock him. He looks like he is barely keeping it together. Like, he does not look like he's doing great. So, she's not going to move anywhere. She doesn't want to go anywhere because she's actually what she is going to do. She's going to try and step on the other side of this bush so that the doll loses direct eyesight with her, so it can't launch the strings at her anymore. Alrighty. That brings us around to Val. What you doing, girl?
I want to use Chill Touch, like direct contact with my hand to the lock and just hopefully crush it.
Okay, you're gonna roll me an attack roll plus 5.
13.
13, you hit the lock, and roll me your damage for that, which should be 1d8.
6.
6? Alright, so the lock starts to frost and crack a bit. It hasn't fully broken off, but you've done significant damage to this lock. And anything else you'd like to do?
I mean, I figured... I just used up all my actions, didn't I?
Yeah, you have no bonus actions. You can move if you want to, but
No.
then the next time you level up, you need to look at those bonus action spells.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so it's back around at the top of the order. You guys are all out of range of the doll, so it can't do anything to you. So it is going to, it's pretty damaged, and so it's going to make a slow lumbering way of trying to make it around to the stairs. And it probably makes it up about 2 stairs, but it's only has half movement just because of the fact that it's you've burned off most of one of its legs. So.
Okay. Can I actually move Val to the right of the cage?
Yeah.
Like away from the garage?
Sure. Like over here,
Yeah,
maybe between
yeah.
closer.
Mm-hmm.
Taking a little bit of cover maybe from the tree.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll let you get partial cover from that. All right. The other toys are either dead or they can't do anything, and we're back with Round. It's you and the Grinch.
Mm-hmm.
Mono and mono!
Pretty fucked up.
Okay, so if I move back in to hit him with the rapier, will I take an opportunity attack?
No, not when you move in. It's just when you move out.
Okay. So, in that case, I'm going to fire my crossbow because that's been working so well.
Go for it.
18.
18 hits.
That's before bonuses even. Alright, so finally. My goodness. And that is 7.
Okay. 7 points of damage.
Mm.
Oh, he is hanging on by a thread.
And then he is going to step forward again
Okay.
and stab him with a sneak attack.
Alright, go for it.
17.
17 hits.
Alrighty. So you go bop, bop, and plus 4. 12 damage.
How would you like to do this?
Through the eyes, through the heart. What do you want to do? In the nuts.
Through the groin. Yeah.
You've gone
Up the ass.
just toe to toe with this creature. You've just gone toe to toe with this creature round after round, and it sees you coming, and it just, instead of really just trying to get any power back, it just looks at you and it knows in this moment it is lost. And it kind of leans back against the throne.
And he kind of wonders if you were faking this whole time.
He wonders slightly how a hallucination has managed to beat him so thoroughly. How would you like to finish him?
So he's sitting back in his throne?
Yeah. He wants to die with the dignity of sitting on his own throne.
Melee jump into.
Realm gets into the position and then does a full body thrust right through his heart.
All right.
And repeats himself. Remember, realm and death must mean the same to you.
And he looks at you and he gives this sinister, really creepy chuckle as you see the glowing light in his eyes fade out, and he just slumps back in the chair. And the moment that he slumps back and the light fades from his eyes, the other 2 toys that were still the other 3 toys that were still alive just collapse down to the ground, unmoving. And you are out of initiative.
Yes.
High five.
Thank the gods.
Very good job, you guys.
Yay!
And he never got hurt during that whole thing.
Pretty cool, right?
It was a lot of really shitty rolls, just back and forth, just 4s and 2s, and it's just my god. All right, you guys do still have a very trapped gnome in a cage. And I'm going to assume, Val, maybe you take your quarterstaff and just start beating.
Yeah, Val has, now that she's, mostly fractured the lock, she's just beating it with her staff until it breaks.
Okay.
All right.
I was gonna say, Raum's gonna like fix the hair, fix the cap, which is now probably mostly gingerbread by now.
Yeah, while he's doing that, all you hear in the back is clang, 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 clang.
And then he's gonna walk over and kick the lock.
Asha has pulled the vampire
unless she's
doll
already
back
broken
out.
Just coddling it like I'm ready to go home now.
Yeah, Jaz'Zara's going to go over and help Val like pull Ithro like out of the cage and like gonna help support him. And you can see that the only real thing that seems to have turned to any kind of candy is his hair for the most part. His whole outfit has been turned into like candy and stuff like that, but it doesn't seem to have affected his skin quite yet. You have to spend a full 24 hours in there before you turn to candy, like your flesh starts to turn to candy.
Damn, that's a really short time.
Yeah. So you guys start to like make your way down and like help him down, and I don't know if Val is helping him down the stairs, but Jaz'Zara is going to help this poor old man down the stairs.
I say to him, Ithro, my good man, fear not, you are safe now.
Can I go in?
Huh? Go ahead.
Can I go and investigate whatever that is up there?
On the left? On the left? Yeah, you can go ahead and go, and you can roll me either an investigation check if you want to look at it before you open it, or you can just throw it open.
I'm just gonna throw it open at this point.
Okay. You throw it open, and inside of it is a bunch of little figurines that look like... Asha doesn't know what Santa Claus looks like, but it looks like Santa, and there's a little old lady who looks a lot like Santa, and some little deer figurines as well. And
you've said the magic words, and Asha no longer cares, and she's going to kick that shit as hard as she can.
And the bag like falls over, and as soon as it falls over, these little figurines tumble out onto the floor, and then they start to shimmer, and then they burst, and where once little figurines were is now... all of the figurines are now actual people. And Asha has inadvertently rescued the original ruler of this land by kicking the shit out of him.
Hi, sir. Bye, sir. Enjoy your kingdom.
And this old man in who's not wearing a red coat because that's on the granch, who was just wearing like this white shirt but at least red pants and black boots, and his wife, who's sitting on the ground next to him, are just kind of looking around. It's just like, what happened? Where are we? What is this? And then they see the granch dead, and the old man gets up and he walks over to you. It's like, you've done it. You've defeated him. Champions all! And as he does that, he makes like this like big-bellied ho-ho-ho laugh as he does. And magic starts to build in him and then bursts out, and you feel it like just kind of like pulse across the whole land as it sweeps past you. And all of the candy elements that you had been wearing and everything disappear. All of the elements to... Ithro that were all candified disappear as well. Your outfits turn back to normal and everything. The creepy toys and everything like that shrink back down to their original size. The really buff, weird deer person, Jacob Red, turns back just into like this little red circle that just kind of like faintly pulses here and there.
Thank God it wasn't something.
Yeah, it wasn't like a creature or anything. It's like I debated making it like a beaver, but I'm like, no, that's too weird.
It's a beaver.
But it pulses across the land, and there's the sinister, like creepy feel that you'd been feeling since you walked in this room fully dissipates. And he looks at all of you and he says, "Well, it's time for let's take a little trip." And he snaps his fingers. All of you vanish and reappear smack dab in the middle in front of the toy factory, right in front of the grandma gingerbread dragon. And
is she still a gingerbread, or is she now back to being bronze?
She is still like partial. She's gingerbread, but like she seems happy to be gingerbread. She's been here for a very, very long time, and you just think that maybe the elements that either were created directly by the Granch, of that like the toys got really creepy and weird, or the fact that anything that hadn't been there for more than 24 hours was able to be reverted back. And she sees this old man, and she gets super excited. And she kind of like runs more like one giant step forward over to all of you. And she's very excited. She's like, you did it, and you freed Santa. You've saved everyone, and you've given us back such a gift. And she wraps her tail around all of you, and kind of like in this giant hug as she pulls you to her, and which lifts you off the ground, squishes you all together. It's very uncomfortable, and you're all very, very tight together. And she kind of like shakes back and forth a little bit in her excitement, and like, because with one paw she's picked up Santa, the other paw she's picked up Mrs. Claus, and like between her arms she's picked up some of these deer that have been with them, and she's just shaking you all back and forth. And Santa goes, it's good to be back. Thank you all so much. And he's still held like in these claws. Like, he's just gonna look at you from the side. He's like, thank you all so much for saving me.
Raum's smile is bigger and more beaming than it's ever been. He's chuckling.
Good. And Jaz'Zara, who's just exhausted but glad this is over, and is glad something very happy has resulted out of this. And she's like, anytime. It was a breeze, really. And she's like, she says that as like she's bleeding from parts of her. It's like, yeah, anytime. It's no big deal. It's just what we do. And the grandma dragon, she like sets you down and everything, and she ushers all of you back into the sleigh, and you all pile in, exhausted and tired and just ready to go home. And Santa and his wife pile in with you, and they hook up the other deer to the front of the sleigh, and the grandma dragon, she flies solo, offering Valkyria a ride on her back if she would like to ride on her back.
Oh, hell yeah.
And everybody else, I assume, piles into the sleigh with Santa, and he guides you guys all back towards where you came into, and with the gingerbread grandma dragon like flying beside all of you. And the nice thing about flying is because his reindeer are obviously magical and they fly, so they fly you back to the entrance that is a couple stories up, and it wraps you all in a big hug before as you get there.
He yeets us into the door.
Just dropping you into the doorway.
Thanks for saving us. Get out.
It's like we detach in midair and go sailing through the door, just like suspended in the air.
And he snaps his fingers again as you like fly close to this door, and this giant like gift bag shows up, and he says, "As my deepest appreciation to all of you for all that you have done, have a gift." And he gives each of you a gift. Ooh. And he says, "Best of luck to all of you. I hope you don't ever have to come back." And is like he's saying this when the sleigh is like fully like still flying, and as you fly through there, Mrs. Claus pats you all on the back and then shoves you off the sleigh. And you guys land like tumbling head over heels just right through this doorway, and you hear as you like get flung through this, and like Valkyria, for the record, the grandma dragon flies you by. She stretches her wing out, and you can slide straight through it and right in through the portal.
I was gonna say, does she get yeeted too?
And she does, however, just as you're going through the portal, she flings something at you, and you catch it in your hand, and you look at it, and it's a licorice sweater.
Oh,
sweater that she knitted for you while she was waiting for you guys to come out.
That was a question. Oh. But yeah. Sure. So is that going to turn into something else when we get through the door?
Well, you're going to find out.
Okay.
And you all tumble and get thrown like right through this portal, and as you are, like you hear like a ho 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 in the background, and the doorway that you came through, that was this portal, slams shut behind you. The entire building shakes violently in the same way it did before when this ice like tower showed up, and you see like the pieces of ice that had come through like this room just shrink back into the ground, and everything kind of levels out, and all of the snow and the ice and everything that was there before completely disappear, and what is left is this little snow globe on the ground that is the little glass on it is cracked open, and that is in place of the portal door that you guys had been in.
Okay.
And, it's at that point that you hear shouting from outside of the main door that you had been in, and Val, your father, comes rushing in, and he sees you, and he sees Ethro, and he sees everyone else, and he's so thrilled to see you, he just goes and he wraps you in like this massive hug.
Glad to be back, Dad. Please stop sending me on these missions.
It's like, but you do so well at them, and besides, practical experience is important.
Okay, thanks. Can we just go now? I'm tired.
And he says, of course, my dear. And he calls for medics to come and help Ethro after your father does spend a moment to like talk to him and check on him and make sure he's okay.
I want to whisper to my dad before I like officially just like shuffle away, going, please make sure he doesn't do shit like this again.
And he pats you on the shoulder. He's like, oh, don't worry. This will never happen again.
Oh, good.
You guys each have gifts, and that you were just given by mystical Santa Claus, and I will read them to you because they're stuff.
Yay!
So you're all like standing there with these boxes, and everybody's like so excited to see that you're back, and like this giant tower of ice is gone and just completely vanished. Most of the damage that it left where it erupted out of the ground is gone too. Like it's all sealed over. The buildings are still damaged, but the ground has been like sealed up, which the crystal catchers deeply appreciate because they don't really know how to mend rock. But Jaz'Zara's like holding this like white and blue gift box, and she's like, should we open them?
Yes,
Hell
open
yes!
them.
And so the four of you like
Yes,
come and
of course.
stand together. Jaz'Zara will open hers first, and she has what is called something I did create called the Boots of Elements. And they are a pair of, at the moment, they are a pair of white boots that come up to about knee-high, and the bottoms of the boots will change based on what kind of environment that she's in. If
Oh, that's
she's
cool.
in a tundra, for instance, they turn into snowshoes. If she's trying to climb, like, up a mountain, they have spikes on the end of it, and if she crosses ice, they turn into ice skates. And as she levels up and experiences new terrains, they will also change and evolve and learn with her.
That's real cool.
Who wants to open their gift next?
Me.
Valkyria, yours. I
I also just imagine Val shredding any packaging.
Ah!
claws stick into it and just pretty much rip the packaging in half. You have what are called Granch gloves, and you open these, and they look like the Granch's hands. And except for like this green, what was green fur on him is now like a blue color. And including like at the end of the gloves, it has like this little
Is it fuzzy?
like, poof of the little fuzzy. So if you go like and do like that Grinch like hand tapping thing, it looks very, very cool. This item will evolve over time as you level up and you gain more experience, so it will gain new things. But in the state that it's in now, you will have advantage on sleight of hand checks while you wear the gloves.
Cute.
And you can cast once a day using these gloves either the locate object spell or the knock spell. And I'll send you information about both of those. And then it'll gain more interesting things the more you level up and the stronger you get.
Okay.
And you just have a pair of creepy Granch hands on you. Who wants to go next?
You wanna go? Okay, go.
Who's going next?
Me.
Okay. Asha, as you open this box, I imagine with much more delicacy than what Valkyria opened hers with, there's something sitting inside of it. It looks like it's curled into a little ball. And as you like look inside and you've opened it up, it like keeps its little head up, and there's this like very like thin in a healthy way, jet black fey cat, and it sits up, and its ears, instead of having just like normal like straight up ears, its ears kind of go back like this, and they kind of like dip, kind of like the way like demon wings do at the top. It has little points. It has these ears on it, and it's jet black, and it has two tails instead of just the one. Like it's one solid tail, and then it forks off like into two, and it has very long like little fangs, and it's called Feline of Fey Knowledge, which is also something I made for you. In its non-active state, it is a bracelet where it like curls around your wrist and it'll become like solid like a bracelet. But when you speak the command word awaken, it comes to life in this little fey cat, and this cat speaks common, undercommon, and sylvan. And as you level up and you grow more experience, it will learn new languages. And what it does is it will step on a book. It will tell you a summary of the book, no matter what book it is, and whether or not. And as you spend more time with it, and it learns more about you, it will tell you whether or not it thinks you will like the book. And
it's my own little Goodreads.
And if it is in a language you do not speak, it can read it to you in a language you understand.
Oh, my baby.
So, and then, like, it does need to sleep for, like, at least 8 hours a day. So you, the word to turn it back into a bracelet is sleep. So it'll turn back into a bracelet when you say that. So it doesn't need to eat, drink, or anything like that, because it is technically partial face, spirit, part bracelet. And, yeah, so you have a little companion, and for Val and Asha and Jaz'Zara, we will retroactively put these in the game, so you will have these with you when we actually do the campaign again. And,
I have to wait till level 7 until I can get my frickin' Hellhound.
But you bargained for that. This was a gift.
And Raum, if you'd like to open your gift, I do have one for you as well. So you take the lid off of your box, and it looks like this red glowing sphere that looked an awful lot like Jacob Red's nose. And, as you hold it up, it's an orb, and you can see like magic like swirling inside of it. And once per long rest, you can use it to cast the spell Hypnotic Pattern. And once per short rest, you can use it to cast Disguise Self.
It's a remember all.
Far less creepy than turning you into a were-deer, though. So that's
what is the item actually called? Does it have a name, or is it just...
It's, well, I have it in my notes as Rudolph's red nose, but I guess we could make it Jacob's red nose if you'd like, so...
Now, I don't have to wear this, or do I?
It sounds like it goes in your...
Just keep it in your pocket. You don't have to, like, wear it on your person where anybody can see it, so...
Actually, Raum wouldn't mind that.
He might put it in his damn hat. He might just, like, have it, like,
smart.
installed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So...
Thing on the side of the tricorn.
Yeah, so there you go. You all celebrate a lot at something very hard earned and well achieved, and you're exhausted. You all part ways. A bit of your last minute shopping like forgotten at this point, because at this point you're all exhausted. You're ready to go home. You're ready to relax, and the next day rolls around on the eve of day of a Heart and Hearth. You all go to Nycor Tower to celebrate with a feast of friends and family. You exchange foods and gifts and eat and celebrate. And on that note, ladies,
yes,
what did you get each other for the day of Heart and Hearth?
Okay. I'm going to show you guys pictures, because I made images of this.
Aww, okay.
For... where is it? Alright, for... Asha.
Okay.
I got you. That I used to, I was picking up before all this shit happened.
Mm-hmm.
Got you this cute little vial with some.
So pretty.
It is. The gnomes made it. Also, it's got lip gloss in it. that when you use it, it gives you +2 charisma.
Oh!
Okay. That's adorable.
I'll send it to you guys. There you go. That's for Asha and for Jazz.
All right, what did you get,
I
Jazz?
really hope this is gonna go fine. I got you a little figurine. Do you see it?
Cute, yeah.
Oh!
Now it's also enchanted. So because you're a drow, and you said spiders and whatnot. So this figurine comes to life when its name is spoken,
Okay.
and you have to give it a name. And it chirps like a bird.
Okay.
It makes chirpy sounds. And yeah, it'll help you do whatever you need to do.
Oh, a little spider companion. That's adorable.
It's a little it's a little
His
crafted
eyes
figurine.
are so big. I love him. Oh, thank you.
And apparently I was told that it was a status symbol for drow to have a spider, so I'm like, all right.
Okay. All right. Asha,
Sure.
what did you get, everybody?
Alright, so I didn't realize that the gifts initially had to correspond to skills.
They didn't. I just had to do that.
Okay. I went more with some more sentimental, I guess you could say. So for Jazz, I got you a hand-painted deck of cards
Aww.
for when you go gambling. Because it's good luck to have cards gifted to you. That holds true for tarot cards, at least. So I hope for these.
True.
And they're personalized on the back with your initials.
Aw, that's so sweet.
And then, again, Ani did kind of knocked it out of the
It's okay.
pictures.
I don't have pictures of mine either, so.
Okay. And then for Val, I got her a satchel of beautiful hand-stitched leather with the word chaos
Oh, I
sewn
love
on
it.
it in infernal.
Oh, I love it.
Aw, that's so sweet. And very accurate. I can see her keeping fish in that.
Better than my bra.
I mean, I figured that would just be what you would put them in once the bra was full of fish, so.
That's fair.
Jaz'Zara gives you both these little identical little boxes, and when you open them, because she got both of you the same thing, and she has a matching one, but it is a small little figure of the doorway that leads into your guys' secret tunnel. And you can wear them as either for Asha, she can wear it as an earring, but Val, you can wear it as a charm off of one of your horns.
That's very cute. Puts it in my ears right now.
Puts on a horn.
Yeah.
So,
Jaz'Zara wears one too, so. Okay.
Realm has gifts.
Oh, okay.
I also actually have a gift for Realm,
He
too.
didn't get me.
Yeah, I did think of one just in case, because I wasn't sure, so.
He didn't have time to buy a rubber one, but he's convinced that the things that he found while exploring are worth more than anything he could get in a store.
Okay.
And so, to Asha, he gives rare Flurglerberhobbit herbs.
Okay.
They can be used to make potent healing potions and medicines.
My Flurberberber.
Awesome.
Urban flippers.
To Jaz'Zara.
Jaz'Zara.
Jaz'Zara. He gives a rare coin from like the old civilization emblazoned with like a spider.
So pre-calamity.
Pre-calamity.
Yeah,
All
that's
right.
really cool.
He winks at you and says, "Don't spend it all in one place."
I'll try not to. And
And to Val, he presents the shiniest rock he could find in all of the caves.
it's like he's met you before.
Gimme.
He thinks it's magical in nature. He's not sure.
I'll check it out later, but shiny!
Exactly. Jaz'Zara
have a gift
does
for-
have a gift for Realm, so she's going to give you this gift box. And when you open it, it is a very fine pair of leather gloves, and the stitchwork on the top actually has your name written on it in detailed work at the top of each glove.
Very nice.
Aww. And
He
then
puts them on right away.
Asha has it's a little like on almost an envelope, but it's like nice brown paper and it has a little bow on it. And she hands it to you, and you open it, and you pull out a beautiful feather for your cap.
Oh.
Nice and
Very
fluffy.
nice.
A
He also
plume.
immediately installs that on the cap.
Puts it in the headband. I think we stressed Tawny out.
No, because I was also going to give a feather.
Really? He can have more than one hat. He probably has more than one hat. What do you have?
He immediately puts that feather in right next to the other one.
Yeah. Valkyria also gives you a feather in a very long, box.
Hey, great minds, yeah?
Great hive mind.
Hive
The
mind,
one
yeah.
brain cell was hopping back and forth real fast.
She was working hard that day. What can I say?
Exactly.
But, because apparently all of Jazz's gifts are enchanted, yours has like a +1 to intelligence.
Nice.
Very nice.
So Round's cap has 2 feathers and I guess the red ball in it now.
Yep.
Yeah.
It is a
Yeah.
decked out hat.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
You can see him coming a mile away. I imagine I gave him the fluffy feather, and you gave him one of those really sleek ones.
I was thinking of a sleek one, yeah.
Yeah. And then he's got the gem right. I mean, the gem could probably hold them both in place,
Right?
and it would look a little more
Not so.
Mhm.
hodgepodge.
Slowly pulses red light on and off.
You know where he's patrolling at night.
Wait, look, I can see him. There he is.
From the other side of the city at night, you're like, oh, there he is. I got him.
See that red pulsing? Yeah, that's him.
There we go.
I like it.
His swagger walk is ever more exaggerated
Oh, yeah.
as he marches through the town now.
That chest is puffed up real big as he goes home to take a sleepy.
Sleepy.
So all of you spend a wonderful holiday of the Day of Heart and Hearth and enjoying company of each other, of family, friends, people that you don't get to see all of that often because of how busy all of you are, and enjoying good food, good time, and enjoying some peace after what has been some of the most chaotic times in the Nameless City in quite a while. And perhaps now Valkyria's father will have the opportunity to tell a second story on the eve of not only of the first day of Heart and Hearth, but of the most interesting one that the city has.
And a strange being called Santa Claus.
Sandy Claus?
And a new myth runs throughout the Nameless City of a weird, fuzzy creature called the Crunch, and his evil, or his good counterpart called San-Ta. As in
Santa.
Claus.
Santa.
Santa the Claus is the myth that starts rummaging through the Nameless City. And that, everyone, is where we will end our session.
Yay!
Yeah.
Huzzah!
So yes,
And that,
took so many hours.
yeah, Hayden called it. He said about 8.
Yeah.
It's 7:20.
Yeah.
We
So,
did good, folks. We did good.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, now I
6
understand
hours.
in Stranger
6
Things
hours,
when,
yeah.
like, the mom's like, "You've been playing forever." Yeah, but it's only 6 hours.
But that's today, 6 hours.
Yeah, like,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like, how do you play that long? That's how you play that long.
Oh, well, I'm glad that went, overall fairly smoothly. I didn't kill any of you, so, that's
No.
great. don't have to retroactively insert a new character into the last couple episodes. So, because that would have been interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you guys so much for playing. That was a lot of fun.
Thank you for being
you for
here.
having
I
me.
love this.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for coming. We always enjoy having guests on the podcast, so it was fun. And our first D&D guest that we've had, so...
And Hayden will be back.
Yes. And, yeah, so I think overall it went pretty well, and I'm just impressed none of you are dead, so...
Brown doesn't even have a
dirty old
scratch
brunch
on
is
him after
gonna
the
get
second
me.
half.
Yeah, went toe-to-toe with an archfey, and you walked out clean as a whistle, so... the sleigh did more damage to you than anything else did, so... So yeah, all right.
Yeah, but that sounds about right for this group of people.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we'll call it an evening.
All right.
Wonderful.
Good night.
Bye.
Sleep tight.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, one and all.
Hey, y'all, just a couple of last-minute statements. Obviously, as usual, we are not affiliated with Critical Role, D&D, Beyond Wizards of the Coast, any of that fun stuff. We just play in the world and with the game. The creation of the Nameless City, however, does belong to the Sorry Not Sorry generation. The homebrew items that were just made will have different names in the next episode because I did go and like fiddle and like fully flesh them out, which means that they're slightly different, and you'll hear them being called by different names in the next few episodes that happen throughout the podcast. But I can tell you them now, and as of right now, the items are Asha's feline bracelet is the feline of Fey knowledge, and then we have the boots that Jaz'Zara has. And those are changing boots, which are called Boots of the Unfolding Adventure. And then we have probably one of my favorite pieces, which is Valkyria's gloves, which are now called the Mitts of Graunchy Mischief. And we endeavor to put these things on the website for anybody to check out, and you guys can use them in your own games. I haven't put them on D&D Beyond yet, but that is a goal for in the future. Beyond that, all of the music from the episode is either found on tabletop audio or was made in-house by me, and which you can find on a serendipitous setting on YouTube, and also now on our website too. So thank you guys so much, and have a very good day.
Tune in next week for more fuckery because we have some serious questions and concerns.
It's fine. So,
All right.
Are we
All right.
recording? Yeah.
yes, let us open the gift of chaos.
The gift of chaos. Lovely.
Should we preface it at all for the listeners?
No, we'll work on that. I wanted to
okay.
be like, I wanted to have like the full surprise, and then we'll go from there.
Oh boy. I have no idea what this is. And I can't even open it.
Use those claws, girl.
I don't want to use them too hard. I'll break them. There we go.
The best part is that 3 out of 4 people know what this is, and
I have no clue what this is.
oh yes, there's a second packaging, so it makes it even better.
Oh.
I was hoping it wouldn't just be like right in the Amazon bag.
It's smaller than I thought it was.
Open it! Stop reading boxes!
I hope it's just a part number. Yeah. Keep going. Make it go. Come on. See what you have wrought.
It gets better though. No.
Come on. See, I told you, insensible for 5 minutes.
For the listeners at home, Ani has just unwrapped a giant fish.
Water
Pencil pouch.
It is a pen pouch, and it has several fish-shaped pens.
I bought it big enough so that you could put your phone in it, so you could put it in your bra.
Aaron has just put the fish down on his shirt.
And you can keep a writing utensil in there, too. Misty and I cooked... Well, Misty found it, and then I said, yes, let's do it.
I had to clear it with Erin because I told her, she's like, at some point you're going to accidentally get slapped in the face with this fish. And I just
Didn't you see her slapping it on the table? I got the wind of the fish, and I'm like, oh.
At least it doesn't have the fishy smell.
That is true. And there are no actual scale. I mean, there's printed scales, but there's no... See, and you can open
There's
him,
no
and
explanation.
he's a fishy bag of holding. Where's your phone? For example. Here you go. Look, there you go.
And then I can whack someone with it.
with the phone in.
Yeah.
So you just brick them. Also, there are, I think it was in the picture, but there are different colored fish pens.
Yeah, there's little different minnow pens,
Yeah, and I have to take the fin off
Uh-huh.
to write with it.
The tail, yeah. Oh, they're on there. Are these for children? I don't know. Are they for Ani? Oh, shit. That is on there. Fuck. Now, what do you say?
Thank you, I love you.
To Misty. Because she found it and...
Oh my god.
I was just gonna buy you a fake, like, plastic rubber fish, and then we were talking about how you stick it in your bra, and then Erin told me you put your phone in your bra, and I didn't know that.
That's
So
what
I'm
it
like,
was.
Oh, you didn't see that all day in Florida?
I did not notice that. That was not something I picked up on, but I'm just like, well, what if we get her
all the
one
time.
that she could put her phone in, and then she could just keep it in her bra?
Yep.
I'm now sticking my little minnow fish into the big mommy fish's gills.
Oh, God. There might be some regret starting in a little.
Yeah.
But,
I cleared
but you don't have to worry.
Look, I cleared it with Erin that it was okay, because I knew she was going to get hit with this fish at some point. So
At some point, it will come smashing at your face. Not on purpose, just me laughing and wheezing.
Yeah,
And
no, I know. It'll be the slap. It'll be the slapping.
Especially because
Yeah.
our next official session will pick back up in that cave, and she will have the fish. So,
Because she bought multiple fish.
Bought 6, and we used 2.
yeah. So she's got 4 fish in her bra still. So
Just cooking away.
just hanging out. You know, it's a good thing she's cold to the touch. Otherwise, she'd get frostbite from the fish.
There is that. I guess she wouldn't be heating them up too much either.
No. So, you know, she's a nice refrigerator for the fish.
So no
How do you
fishy
feel
smell.
about that? Well, there's probably still fishy smell.
Oh, there's definitely fishy smell. But
But it's not smoldering the humidity fishy
Yeah.
smell.
it's not overpowering fishy smell. So. But, yes, I've been waiting for so long for you to open that gift.
I know. When did it get delivered? Like,
It was,
Tuesday.
yeah. I was really just, like, thinking to myself, I have to make sure I explicitly say you cannot open this until we sit down.
And I had 2 packages show up, but I'm like, we video called. I'm like, which one do I not open?
Yeah. Because one of them was the...
One was this.
thing. Yeah. And I'm just like, she showed me the boxes, and I'm like, it's definitely the smaller one, because it should not come in a box that big, so.
please God, I hope it doesn't come in a box that big.
Because then it'll be like a fishy backpack instead of like a little clutch, so. But yeah, you have
A lounge flyback.
Gotta have extra layers of protection for this fish.
Exactly.
This is gonna be my clutch now. When I go out, I'm like, and I just
please
want.
take it to concerts.
Oh hell yeah!
Take it to the hockey game on Tuesday.
Slap
Now
it
she's going
slap it
to.
against the glass wall.
Bam, bam, bam.
My ID.
Shoot it! Shoot it!
It's gonna have my ID and my money, I just go slapping.
Oh, I can't wait for you to go through security.
When a dude goes supersonic, like check into the glass wall, you just like slap the fish against his face.
Throw it at Quick.
Oh, God.
Ice Toad, husband! Grab the fish!
Accidentally throw it on the ice and, like, somebody threw a fish on the ice.
Oh my god, that would be great.
Better than someone throwing a dildo on the ice.
Yeah, that's true. I know I sent her that video.